Hello? Did that fix it? Where do you hear Glorp? How did you hear Glorp? What do you mean he's still going? What are you guys talking about? You're pissing me off. What? I can't tell if I'm being trolled or not. Is it gone now? I'm not. I tried listening into my stream. I didn't hear anything. So I'm like, they're trolling me. They all just came here to troll me today on a Monday. It's gone. Why is it gone? What? What? Professional streamer. All right. Here, let me listen to this one. Oh. Huh. I don't even hear that. That's strange. Why did that go up? I didn't get rid of Limbus. I didn't get rid of anything. I don't think. It's gone? I didn't remove it because you used it. You said you liked Limbus Company, so I just left it. Let me check. Everything breaking on a Monday. My alerts. No, it's there. I see it. I don't know. I don't know. Hey guys, how was everyone's weekend? Happy late birthday, Snowblade. Good to see everybody. What's up, North Princess? Welcome in, guys. Jeez. I had a phenomenal weekend. Stressing because my professor just disappeared. It's great. Now I see it along with 6 others. What? Maybe I just had to refresh it? Bender went well? Hell yeah, dude. Good to hear. Good to hear. I don't hear it. I know you redeemed 2 things. I don't know what they were. Did that go through? Did you hear anything? Did my audio stuff just break? I don't hear Weezer. Honestly, if you heard them, thumbs up. Good to hear. Great, great, great. I'm not gonna tamper through all this right now. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. How you liking it? I caught up with Witch Hat. It's pretty good. It's like a less fantasy Freerin if Freerin was a student and not an elf. I watched up to episode 10. I don't know if episode 11 is out yet, but if it is, I'm going to watch it later today. And, yeah, it should be cool. I'm liking it a lot. I want the grimoires. There's hardcover variations of the manga. Um, and they're like called grimoire editions, and they look really cool. Like big codex books. Oh, dude. But they're pretty expensive because you have to pre-order them. And I'm tempted to just pre-order the one that comes out soon. That's book number 4 though. I'm gonna get them all now. I think that'd be sick. Right next to my Freerin figures, just put them right there. They look like literal magic books. I want them. Why didn't we ever just like commit to Aiko is just an alien wizard or witch, whatever. Alien witch wizard. Hey man, weekend was nice. Today's kind of shitty. How are you? You know, stressed. That's it. Just stressed. I don't know what work we're meant to get done for last week. I don't know because they didn't tell us because the professor poofed. No quiz, nothing. So 11 is out. Okay, I gotta watch it. Yeah, I gotta watch for sure. I hate that I caught up. I'm annoyed because I don't like watching stuff when they air because I just get too impatient. I watched 11 this morning. Cool, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it then for sure. And then I'll probably start Free Run season 2 while I have this mood to watch anything. But for at this moment, anime. I just documented just in case. The entire class essentially sent out an email to like the school HR, I guess. I mean, I didn't, but like most of the class did. So, we'll see what happens. I'm not sure. I got done whatever I thought I would have to get done for this week, so that's good. But I'm afraid that they're gonna be like, oh, you also had to do this week. Yeah, I know. Free Run season 2 is just 10 episodes, so I'll get that done even faster. Probably in like, it would have to be a non-streaming day, and I'll probably get it done within two non-streaming days, or one day if it's a weekend. I just haven't been doing all too much going on everywhere. I'm locking myself in my room and just isolating. Been playing Final Fantasy 14. So those shows are pretty good right now for the filler arcs of farming the most brainless same activities over and over again. Yeah, my summer courses, I'm only taking 2, one for 7 weeks and another for 7 weeks. And this one, it feels like I'm doing 3 courses at once. It's so, oh God, man. But it is what it is. We're gonna be on Minecraft today. The server was down for like the entire night or something. Um, so I will hop on. I don't know if the Nether is opening today. I'm honestly, I don't know. I'm not sure. It might not. In which case we might just help Radiant build stuff. I might do some exploration. And that's it. That'll be today. I had already planned to do Minecraft on Monday since like Wednesday of last week. Speaking of which, I don't know if we'll do repo this week. Just an FYI. That's not like a no, we're definitely not. I just don't know because I don't know what assignments I have or have not to hand in. So I might take the Wednesday off. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. That's okay though, because we did the 2 weeks in a row, and as fun as it is to just grind the later levels and get like more cosmetics, it gets a little exhausting, you know? What's up, Shirkwan? Ooh, existential crisis. Yeah, yeah. All right. Well, seems like everyone had a pretty decent weekend. I just did my assignments and I played Final Fantasy until I rotted away. I found some old images from like Dream Shelter Final Fantasy 14 times on that server. It's crazy. It is crazy. I'm at a point where that's like the only game I feel like playing, but I probably won't stream it until more story comes out, which is the next expansion, I think. Well, no, there's one more major patch, I think. I'm getting a phone call, so I'm just gonna click decline. I'm on the laptop and have no 7 TV. This guy doesn't have 7 TV. Unbelievable. I was like, did this song just not end and it like, or did it loop? No, it's still just going. This is the same. This is the same one. I'm on the Final Fantasy OST at the moment. I just don't know what I feel like listening to. Oops. Are you gonna play Guild Wars 3? Maybe. It looked pretty cool. I just didn't care enough about Guild Wars 2. Like, it's not that it was a bad game, it was good, but I don't know, it didn't. Guild Wars 3, not the Guild 3. Yeah, Guild Wars 3, the MMO. I'll give it a go. Just like all other MMOs, I have a feeling that I'm going to try it, and then I'm going to go right back to Final Fantasy 14. Yep. That's typically how it goes. I'm just too invested in 14 at this point to like really lock into yet another MMO. I've just done too much on 14 that I haven't. I mean, aside from RuneScape, but that one doesn't count because you hit max and there's really not much else. Maybe like the quest cape, I guess. Yeah, there's no release date yet. It was just announced, which is cool still. Trying to be funny, but I'm German. Yeah, yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, just be juvie, you know. Yeah, yeah. Just be juvie. Juvie's German though. Juvie's like juvie. You're like an alien. You know, all my friends, all my close friends, I think we're all just aliens because we don't fit perfectly into our distinct cultures. I feel like. So, you know, you don't drink beer. That's already not German. So, you're like an alien. I don't drink beer. Bear. I don't drink bear. I don't care about cars. Yeah, you see? I don't. You're just an alien. You're a glorpling. All right. Then we get into some Minecraft. I don't really know what I have planned today aside from helping Radiant. Let's just make sure it even works. Cause my PC's been having some problems. I am an alien. I am a legal alien. Why does that remind me of a song? Is that a song? I'm a computer. I'm a computery boy. It is a song. Okay, that's what I thought. It sounds so familiar. I'm like, that's gotta be a song, right? Englishman in New York, right. All right. What's going on? Why am I here? Minecraft sounds very quiet today, and I know exactly why. I super lowered it because I was watching stuff while doing some. I don't remember what, but I was definitely doing something. Yeah, the one that I was doing was "Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared." Yeah. Oh, they kind of fixed the pathing here. Hey, look at this. Oh, never mind. Oh wait, we could have. Nah, it's fine. That was a weird era. The "Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared" era. Oh, someone finally freed the horse from the clutches of evil. Wait, what is that? What is this? Conduit power, huh? What is a conduit power? What does that do? Huh. So I made a little entrance place. A little staircase entrance. I'm thinking it probably would have been smarter and better to put the axolotl like in a tank down here. But that's okay. I like this entrance point. Yeah, I really like the axolotls. I need more though. It's just on its own. It's kind of sad. All right, let's see what might have changed since, I mean, the torches. The torches changed, for sure. I don't know if you guys saw this staircase as a work in progress. You might have seen it. We got a road. Oh, we got a copper golem. Look at this guy. Okay. I moved over the horses because they were pissing me off. I think we saw these, right? That I moved them over. Think so. Let me see, what else? Last stream we kind of lit up the place. Once again, I didn't feel like working on the satellite. Whoa, what is that? That's cool. That used to be a creeper farm. How neat. That's the new creeper farm, I guess. We still need honey blocks, which means we need to make like a little chamber for bees. Some alien containment for bees. Also, we might need more lanterns for... nah, I think it's fine. How do we make the stairs here? Double slab, double slab. Okay. I don't know, it's just weird it doesn't have like a extendy portion, I guess. We need dirt. What's up, Molly? I keep forgetting we have her as this, like, RuneScape creature. As an emote. Oh, we're gonna need more dirt, for sure. Oh, wait, this is a 3 by... Also, does it immediately connect, or does it go down one? Or down half? Okay, it goes down half. Okay. So, sure, Quan, since you know about, what is it, Guild Wars, does any of that story make sense to you? Like, do you know what's going on in that trailer, or is it completely new? I'm curious, because obviously what am I doing? I'm doing it wrong. That's what I'm doing. Because obviously I have no idea what's going on. Looked cool, though. Hey, the Snowblade fun fact of the day. Let's go. You know, I've been tempted to do this before, but I kind of want to go through a Final Fantasy video game marathon. Did you know, on this day in 793, in the first recorded Viking attack in Europe, Norse invaders launch a devastating raid on England's Lindisfarne monastery, killing and looting. Accounts of the time reported dreadful forewarnings, including fiery dragons flying in the sky. You need to persuade the mods. That is pretty true. Unfortunately, you do need to persuade the mods. I'm just curious how tired of the games I would get. The Final Fantasy games. I think I'll just leave it as this for now. Thought it was about the journey? What, the Final Fantasy games? Oh, the friends are a part of the journey. Oh. It's about the friends we made along the way. This is raised up one, right? Well, it's a little different here. This is gonna look so dumb, I think. Huh? Wait. Oh. I'd play every single Final Fantasy game that doesn't have Cloud Strife in it. Which means I should play 16. Nope, that's not it. It's here. Although maybe the slabs underneath would be kind of nice. I don't know. Adds a little bit to the layers. I think these just like connect. Yeah. Okay, I need more slabs. Would it? Stairs? In that specific area, maybe? Banana chocolate mini muffin loaves yesterday and some banana chocolate blueberry mini muffin loaves. Man, that sounds delicious. Yeah, let me get some of that, huh? Let me get some of those. Ooh, that might look better, yeah. Still weird with this, like... this part. That's okay. Fences. Also, I think Peanut changed the song over there. We're gonna go check it out. I knew that would happen. I mean, I guess we could just... That's fine. I love blueberries. Blueberries and blackberries. And raspberries. But lately I've been so into just blackberries. They're so good. Yeah, this one's not meant to go anywhere else. I mean, we could make a bridge to the trial chamber, I suppose. I've been tempted by that. I found myself really liking these stairs. Or, I mean, the pale oak. I think I can recreate the biome. I'm kind of curious how that would even work. Awesome! What's up, Juice and Sour? What's going on? What's going on? Oh my god, they're split by 3. It's fine. Could make like a little gazebo. In which case I could take apart this little portion and like keep it going down. Let's see. So this should remain in 4. I don't know why I broke that. And then this would be... Send them? Let's go! How's the weather for everybody? Has it been spicy? Cloudy, oh. Nice. I mean, nice but not nice. Nice warmth, nice. Humid, oof. You lost me at humid, that's for sure. I'm not built for it. I'm just not. How am I gonna do this? I feel like I need a... No, because it has to be by 2s. My problem is that it's never gonna catch up to the elevation. I was about to say evolution. I mean, if I turn it... How do we make it turn here? So we do... I feel like this is gonna look really weird. I mean... What if I did this? Maybe without the corner. Yeah, yesterday we had, I kid you not, I think the thunderstorm lasted for like... something like... 20 seconds. I wish I was kidding. I heard it one more time after, and then it was over. And it rained a little bit, but... I suppose it just missed the area or something. It's crazy. We'll worry about all these surroundings after, but I do think what we might do here is just do this. Because then we're going to go down again. Maybe not. No, needs more space. Needs more space. What I want to do... essentially... is have a little, like... You know when you go on a to a tourist attraction, and they have, if you're like on a hill or something, they'll have a little area with seats. It's kind of like a park, but not really. And then I would fence this area out. I mean, it would need to be more. It would be like further out. No? You've never gone to like a little tourist area? You don't have a tourist area at home? We do, but I don't remember the last time I've been there. I guess it's fair. Bruh, I had it all in the right spot, and I just mental...
Hello.
Ah, greetings!
Greetings. How's it going?
Ah, long time no see! Haha! How does it
Yeah.
go?
Oh, you know.
Just one of those days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking warm.
Oh, yeah. I was just asking people how the weather is, but... It's,
I'm sweating. I had to help with my brother to move shit.
Oh.
And being outside carrying heavy stuff while the sun is like gleaming on you, it's not fun.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
also fixed that guy's eye. It fucking bothered me.
So you did, I see. Very good. I saw you made a lot of, well, you changed the torches up there. You changed the soundtrack over there at Melancholy Hill.
Oh, you heard the updated version?
Well, I heard it from Chris's stream when she was there and you were there. So I didn't actually hear it yet, because I've been playing Final Fantasy XIV a lot again, and I felt inspired by an area that I really like, but I don't know how I'm gonna execute. So, for lack of better terms, obviously you've gone to tourist attractions before,
I have.
and have you been on one that's like up on a hill before?
No, I would not say that.
Well, whatever. I'm trying to recreate like a. Oh, just lagged there for a moment. I'm trying to recreate like a little area where we could stand basically here, all of this,
Right.
so you could see, you know. I don't know how to explain it beyond that, but it'll be like a little viewpoint.
Okay, so it's like a ledge viewing area.
Yeah, yeah. And I thought about a gazebo, but and I was like, well, it could just be a little nice area to like look at stuff from.
Yeah. Do you want it to be like rounded or just?
Yeah. So I think, hold on. I think the way it is at the moment, maybe a little wider. I was thinking of honestly just pushing this back to, I don't know, somewhere around like here.
Okay.
And then terraforming is for later, but how are your thunderstorms? I'm curious because I had one yesterday, and I kid you not, it lasted for all of like 20 seconds.
Oh. uh, we haven't had like proper thunderstorm in like years
Oh,
until like last week. And that one was
interesting.
pretty fucking bad, and it lasted for like 30 minutes.
Huh. Years. I would hate that. I mean, I like thunderstorms. I think that's like a rare opinion, but I do enjoy them.
Okay.
What I'm thinking here is maybe just making it go this way now.
All right.
Well, I was gonna say like both ways. It's kind of covering up the area that I wanted the viewpoint, so I don't know what to do. We could push it back, and maybe if you have like a better idea for what to do, so it's.
When you say push it back,
Well,
you
here's the
mean just
thing. This
go
is
in this direction?
uh. Well, for better explaining, this is the elevation that I want the
Okay.
area to be. So I don't like that the stairs are kind of in the way.
I see.
But I was following the pattern of twos because that's what we were doing, the 2x3. So maybe as an alternative, I don't know, so that it reaches here. Maybe what I should have done is just keep it going this way to start. Lots of thunder this year, damn. The thunder is lost. Where did it go? I don't remember. You never played a Final Fantasy, right?
I have not.
Okay. I mean, I have played a total of 3 of them, so
That's 3 more than me.
yeah, yeah. I should say it's more like 2 Final Fantasy games than an MMO, but
I see.
I don't typically count an MMO as a. I mean, it's not a mainline game, but yeah.
The way I would have done this, if you want to keep this like slab pattern as going downwards, I would just simply go this direction.
Okay, yeah. No, true. Yeah, yeah. I really didn't know how else I was gonna do it or execute the idea. So we should go to what, like this? Oh,
Yeah, though we have to fix the elevation on this one.
oh right, yeah.
Finally have everything enchanted on me.
Oh, nice, man. Sorry, I'm in the way, but I'm looking something up for a general idea of what I kind of want to do.
Do you want a wall, by the way?
I think yeah.
So it would be like here,
Now, I mean, yeah, I guess it could be a wall. I
and
was.
then it would go
Oh,
down like that.
yeah. It's just it would look weird without the logs on. I mean, I guess it would just be a. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's fine.
Because I noticed over here you're still using the logs, so if you were to continue downwards,
Right.
it would still
Yeah.
use that log.
Man, I don't have like a good image of this. Oh, it's fun. We'll we ball. We ball. Oh, I know this has to be double. How's your weekend? Do anything crazy exciting?
Fuck all.
What? But you guys had that holiday.
We
Sweden Day.
do. We do have a holiday.
I don't really know what the holiday was. I just assumed it was because I heard them talking about it.
It's our national, like, it's the country's day.
So it's sweet. It was literally Sweden Day.
It was literally Sweden Day, yeah.
Gotcha. Well then, happy Sweden Day
Thank you. That was
of the past.
of the past. There we go. Let's see.
I must construct additional slabs. Yeah, you get that reference?
No.
I don't either. It's okay.
Cool.
It's from this really bad game called StarCraft.
I recognize that name. We need to fix the slabs on this side as well.
Oh.
There we go.
It's an RTS.
Right.
A real-time strategy game.
Yeah, thank you for explaining for the audience at home.
What? But you say you don't know it.
I didn't.
God damn it. Nah, I'm pissed.
I also fixed the outline of the pixel arts.
Wait, really? Oh, did you replace it with wool?
Yeah.
Oh. That I did not notice. God damn it. Granted, I haven't been on very much, and when I have been on, it was very short-lived. I was supposed to help Radiant with a thing, and then we never ended up doing it. We need a lot of gold for that project, so I just...
What are you making?
So remember that thing I sent you, it was another Final Fantasy thing. It was like the floating glass, not glass, crystal? Like the blue crystal...
Yes.
Okay. Man, that was a good time for the music to be just like... I just have like this jazz music playing. Yeah, but I figured since we're more like, you know, the alien theme and stuff, it wouldn't really make a lot of sense to have here. I mean, it would look cool, but she plays a lot of Final Fantasy as well, and she's like a huge fan. So I was like, I'll give her the idea, and then if she wants to build it, I'll help. So that was the plan, but it needs a lot of gold. Also, there's kind of a gigantic box tower pillar kind of in the way of said location that it was going to be built. So there's a lot of replanning to get done.
Who built that? What is it?
I think Bird built it, and it's actually a creeper spawner.
Oh.
Or it
I like
might have been,
like
and
that.
now it's being changed. I'm not sure.
I do like when people actually put like a little effort into the like mob spawners, and it's not like a cube in the sky.
Yeah, I agree. I really don't particularly like how spawners look ever. I try to
Yeah,
make them like hidden as possible, or somehow matching like the environment.
yeah. I never made a mob spawner before. I've only made like a blaze farm.
Yeah, which is the best.
Yeah. Yeah, this is doing good.
I I make spawners all the time, but I don't make them specific to anything. Like I'll just make a mob spawner, and then the blaze spawner is always a go-to because you always need blaze rods. They're great.
Yeah. That reminds me. When's Nether? When Nether?
I thought today. I
So
I've
did
given
I
up.
when I asked her.
Yeah. The server was down like all night apparently.
Really?
Something broke. I don't know what, but it was down for an entire night. It actually came back, and I didn't know I was gonna play Minecraft today because I thought it was still gonna be down. It came up like half an hour before I went live. I was like, oh god,
Oh,
okay. I guess I could play Minecraft then.
see, I was playing earlier today, and it was like, oh, it's fine. And then
Oh,
helped my brother with some things, and when I checked on the thing, it said people were playing. I was like, all right, I might as well play. And as soon as I joined, the server crashed.
oh. Well, how long ago was that?
When people started complaining in chat.
Oh, okay. Oh, then yeah. They made it sound like it was down the entire night.
No, it's down just like a couple hours ago.
Oh.
Wait,
Uh,
is that right?
no. Should I just keep it on this elevation? Oops. Like this?
Yes,
Okay.
because you're already gone for that theme all the way up there, so you might as well continue it.
True, yeah. I need more logs. What's up? What's up, Ty?
I don't know who lives over there, but those the people over there to the east, they had like a sheep farm
Uh-huh.
that like auto take wool. I checked one of their chests; it's like filled to the brim with all kinds of wool.
Oh,
And I was like,
that's...
I want that. I want that for like black wool or whatever. And so I tried to do my own.
I didn't even notice. I looked at the farm today. Oh my goodness.
It works if I just do this.
Oh, okay.
But
What?
I don't understand how they do it. Because theirs is just automatic.
I mean, it worked on that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
you mean
supposed
like
to
the
do
redstone?
the redstone tech. It's supposed to do that like automatically occasionally.
Do you
I
reckon
don't know
maybe
how
it's like string? Does that...
that's a great point actually.
I'm no redstone genius. I don't like redstone. When I look at it, it hurts my brain. That's cool though. We could probably just make it in that big thing then. If, you know, if we figure out the... I assume it's string. Or is it like redstone... Or is it the wires? The tripwire hooks? I'll say, hey, you got this guy.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I moved the horses because they were pissing me off. I found out what the problem was, why they keep tweaking out.
What's up? Oh.
Yeah, they really like carrots. I forgot golden carrots count.
Well, I was out of golden carrots after a while, so I just continue with this farm. I filled the chest almost.
I saw that.
There's so much fucking food we don't use.
I offered Chris, the neighbor, they need a lot of wheat because they need to make what is it? The targets. She's Jane Redstone, so I kind of just offered if they need, because we don't use it. If they want it, you know, it could be. Oh, that's wrong. I like helping.
There we go. Let's see. It goes forward, then stops here,
Meowdy.
and there's enough space for shit.
I don't know yet, Juvie. It might not be a repo day though. I think we might just take a day off or a week off. I feel like people weren't too interested last week. Which is fair. But I like it for the cosmetics. So, no matter what, when we next continue, it's gonna be for the cosmetics. We'll continue that that save. They're gonna add a new map soonish. That's good.
How's that general shape?
I hate it.
Great. Let me hop.
I'm just gonna jump now. No, it's good. It's good. I'm tempted to make the flooring
Right.
pale oak. Do you think I'm overkilling it with pale oak?
Mm,
I have an
I
alternative.
mean, you currently only use it for like roads,
Yeah, that's why I'm
so I think
like,
it's fine.
oh, okay. Hmm. I'm just thinking of alternatives just in case. Oh, wait, what?
What's up?
What the hell? Wait. Thoughts on this being the
Yeah,
flooring? Kind of looks like
that can
marble
look good.
flooring.
Yeah, it can look good. And if you need like a little more iteration, you could do like a zigzag pattern.
Oh god, now you're stuck there for... Oh. Oh, I see. What about checkered floor?
Yeah, I think that's that's what I was trying to say, but
Weird.
It can work.
Oh, I don't even have to... Oh. Okay, we don't have to convert them. I can literally just place them. It'll look the same. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to think of what I want. Like, in between them.
Yeah.
Deep slate. Black and white. Nah, no.
Mm,
Any plans of doing Power World again when it releases next month or two, or are you complete? I think I'm done with it. I don't know if I care enough. You ever played Power World?
once. Once before.
I know it's getting like the 1.0 release soon. I don't really feel like playing it though.
I mean, fair enough. I don't know much about the newer updates. You can hook up with them, I guess.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
kind of just disappeared after that.
I feel like it's a grotesque. It's like a brutal Pokemon Stardew Valley strange mix,
It is very strange.
but it doesn't appeal to me. I don't know. Something about like the survival games. I don't know. Like they could be good, sometimes they're not. What about
Hmm.
this? What about just alternating with?
Okay.
Does it look? We
I
need something else
probably
for
would have.
comparison.
I probably would
Yeah,
have
yeah.
made this just like a line of logs, maybe. Just normal logs.
Oh, normal ones. Oh,
Yeah, something like that.
no, I don't like the slabs. It needs something else, but I don't know what. Oh, I think it needs to be bright, and my brain always just goes to quartz, which, you know.
Yeah,
What about polished diorite? We don't have any diorite, I don't think.
that makes it the perfect material.
I'm willing to go down and grab some. I just
I wonder if anyone has gotten like frog lights.
what? A what
Do you not
light?
know about frog lights?
No.
So to get them is the most convoluted fucking process you need. So you need to find a frog,
Okay.
take it to the nether.
Oh, well then no.
Oh well, I answer my own question, but you have to take it to the nether,
Okay.
make it so it eats a magma cube, and then it will spit out a frog light.
Huh. That's... This game is weird, man. In the best
Yeah.
ways. Thoughts, opinions?
Hmm. If it didn't have that line,
The line is... yeah. Oh boy, look. Quartz. That would sure look nice. I'm trying to avoid concrete and terracotta, like the plague. Yeah, I was also thinking snow. I think it's too bright.
too bright.
I mean, I don't know. How about calcite? I don't think we have any of that. Nope. Hold on, what about... No. Honestly, I don't even know if I care for this block that much. Sounds nice, though. No. Maybe... Maybe you were right. Maybe it's... No, I don't know. It looks like bones or something. I don't... It's terracotta. I mean, it doesn't look bad, just... What about mushroom stem? No. What about these? No. Okay, that is better. That is better. I'm digging that. I am digging that. What about just normal polished? Do we even have any? Of course not. We've used it all. Do we have a thing here? Nope.
Probably not.
Classic. It's all downstairs because we don't... It's okay, we just... I mean, it's gonna look like a kitchen.
Yeah.
Oh, noodles.
My favorite creator.
Noodles?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's in a like an animator on YouTube
Oh, yeah.
who talks about random subjects.
Dude, what is with these weird lines? And
Yeah.
I'm pissed. I wonder if normal diary would... Wait, that's perfect! I'm just kidding.
Good, because we don't have that many.
Yeah. Yo, wait, what if? Yo. Hey, hold on, what if... I mean, if it wasn't bright and glowing, I probably would have liked that, actually. No joke, but...
Yeah, because can't have anyone place down any TNT in that area.
Oh, right.
No.
Nah. I mean... Nah. Man, I wonder if birch would look good. Ooh, thoughts, opinions? I kind of like it, actually.
Okay. Yeah. It could be a good one. It's like a what do you call this? You know, one of those skyscrapers where you can go all the way up to the top and then look down.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Hey, you ever seen Final Destination?
Yeah, I have. I've been in one of those elevators, man.
Jump, like my hands up and jump.
Okay, we need a lot of glass. That will have to become white.
All right. So we need sand.
Also,
Back to the beach.
yeah, but also we need. I want to put something underneath the glass.
Okay.
What would we do? Maybe just now we can just use. I mean, it doesn't have to be crazy, but I don't know, like cobble deep slate underneath the glass, so it kind of.
Cobble deep. I probably would have polished it myself, but
I mean, it would just be underneath. Like, I don't know how many people would really look underneath.
yeah, that's a fair
Though
point.
you're right though. It could be polished. Polished cobble deep slate or just normal?
What? Polished deep slate. Here it is.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Oh jeez. Hey, is this your iron?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm putting in the chest. Maybe I put it in there, I just forgot. It's a little bit of a change of pace because it's not exactly an alien thing, but you know, maybe we're trying to be more in tune with our surroundings, you know? That's what aliens do,
Yeah.
so that we're not weird. Just like that cake that we totally ate.
Yeah.
All of that cake, we ate all of it. Man, it was great. Oh yeah, speaking of which. There you go.
Yo.
It's not a lot. It's not much, but it's honest work.
Hmm.
Frick this. How do I make one of the stone cutters? I'm sick of it.
So it's 8
Iron and
stone
stone.
and 1 iron.
Naruhodo. Oh, man. Stop it! What are you doing? No! Oh my god! No! Why? I don't like that. Could make it easier by turning them into slabs.
Yeah.
Just more efficient. You like efficiency?
I do. Which is why I always, whenever I make like a circle, I always have one pattern.
Yeah. I have this friend who's obsessed with efficiency. He named his Divinity 2 character Max Efficiency.
I see.
Yeah. Oops. Let's go try. Oh. I lied. Let's go sand. You ever play Guild Wars 2?
No.
You Oh, you see anything exciting at the Summer Game Fest?
What was it? Because I joined it quite late, so I saw a few things. I saw Spyro. Spyro was cool.
I didn't see
Then,
Spyro though.
yeah.
I must have missed that.
Fable Legacy or whatever.
That one looked cool, yeah.
That is dangerous.
Yeah, watch this. What?
Neat. Trying to remember what we saw.
Ty.
Alien Isolation 2.
I freaking tried asking Shir Kwan, but, you know, don't know Wald. Do you guys, as Guild Wars players, do you even know what's going on in that trailer for 3? I bless the rains. Down in Narpville. Oh, you do? Okay.
But yeah, the first game where they showed off Alien Isolation 2, and I was like, hell yeah.
Yeah, that one, yeah. It all looks, I mean, I say all. I don't know, nothing like super hyped me up.
What about Wolf Among Us?
I'm gonna be so honest with you, I haven't even played the first one.
I mean, neither have I, but
Like, it's really cool because it took so long, and a lot of people were hyped or waiting forever. So I'm happy for them. But I think the most hype part for me was seeing more Final Fantasy stuff, and I haven't even played those.
oh, I see.
I have a problem with Final Fantasy. I don't like Cloud Strife, like at all.
He's the main character.
Yeah, you see the problem?
Yeah.
I don't. He just infuriates me. I played 15 because there was no Cloud Strife, and I played 10. There was no Cloud Strife. And then
Yeah.
I like Sephiroth. Sephiroth.
Isn't he the villain?
He's like an anti-villain, an anti-hero. Anti-villain? Anti-hero.
Okay. All I can remember from someone else explaining stuff to me, Cloud wasn't even supposed to be the hero. He was just some soldier,
Yeah.
and then he got brainwashed into thinking that he was something like that.
I don't know. I just realized I did end up playing more than... I played 4 Final Fantasies. I played 14, doesn't count, but still played it. I played 10, I played 15, and I played Type 0. And Type 0 is probably the best one that I played. You ever play Halo?
I have not. Is it still considered a fantasy?
It's like a weird sci-fi fantasy, I don't know.
Also, do we need that much sand?
That's a great question.
Because I got like 4 stacks.
Yeah, I got 5.
Yeah, I think that's enough.
We'll thank ourselves later when we have all this glass that we desperately needed for our next build.
Yeah.
My big thing with Halo. All right. My favorite Halos are Reach and ODST.
Okay.
Even though the theme revolves around him, there's no Master Chief in those games. I don't like Master
He's
Chief.
the guy. Oh, never mind.
You see? It's not that I don't like him, I just think... Here's something really funny about Star Wars. You want to know what Star Wars are my favorites?
Sure.
Rogue One, which has nothing to do with the Skywalkers. The
Right.
Mandalorian, which has nothing to do with the Skywalkers.
Right.
Ahsoka, which only has slightly something to do with the Skywalkers. I hope this is creating a themed picture in your head of
It seems like you like the stuff that doesn't have the main characters.
yeah, that's correct. It's just more interesting. Listen, the problem with the main characters all the time is that they're OP, they have plot armor, and it's annoying.
I mean, I can get that.
Now,
point.
it's not always that way. But I like seeing the little guys win, the underdogs, the people who are like mostly not expected to succeed. And even if they do succeed, it comes with pain, misery, suffering. Maybe not pain,
Right.
misery. That's overkill, but I guess more so just I don't know. I like tragedy in story.
Okay.
I like when there's no happy ending. To a degree, at least.
Yeah, to a degree. If I don't know, did you enjoy Joker, for example,
Are you talking about the newer one?
the newest one? Yeah.
So I watched the first movie, and then I was told the next one is like a musical, right?
Yes.
Don't get me wrong, love Lady Gaga, but eh, about musicals. But I watched the Joker. Yeah,
I see.
yeah, it was good.
I mean, what do you think of that? Because that one was like a tragedy in of itself.
I liked it.
Yeah.
I like what they did with the writing, or how they made it. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I liked it. What do you think of Sweeney Todd? Wait, have to Google that. Cause brain. Oh yeah. I didn't watch it. You talking about the 2007 one? I didn't watch it.
I like Sweeney Todd.
Okay, I didn't watch that one.
It's a musical, so I wouldn't assume you would.
Well, okay, to be
It's,
fair, I don't. Oh, it has Bellatrix in it. What?
Yeah, it's Bellatrix and Johnny Depp.
Oh, I think I'd love it because I like Johnny Depp and Bellatrix Lestrange is one of my favorite Harry Potter characters, which is really sad to say.
Here's a little random fact about the skin. The clothes come from like a Johnny Depp ad.
Oh,
He was in a Dior like perfume ad, and he had this sort of outfit on with like a fedora hat. It was really nice looking. I recreated it on VR chat, and that's just been my
that's cool.
outfit.
No, that's really cool. I think I could put Johnny Depp in like one of my top favorites. Maybe not like top 3.
Right.
Ow! Ah!
But do you know anything about Sweeney Todd?
No.
Okay, so it's basically a dude travels to another country after like heartbreak or whatever,
Okay.
and he becomes a barber. And in this barber shop, he just cut the people of the city, like the rich and whatnot. Then there is this woman who has this meat factory, or like meat pie factory. So just across the road, she just makes pie. Not across the road, underneath. He's like second floor barber, bottom floor is the meat pie factory.
Okay.
So they both are poor, and they hate the rich. So they
Same.
decide that the barber kills the rich, and then they dismember them into meat that they could serve back to the rich.
That's... Maybe I should watch that. I don't hate musicals, it has to be very specific. For example, I really liked, Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Okay.
Which, you know, that is
musical, yeah.
that is musical. It depends. It really does.
Wait, what's happening here?
Oh, I'm just continuing the pattern. Did I do it wrong?
Right, because you gotta right click them. That's where.
Yeah, because I crafted it, and then I'm like, oh wait, that doesn't make sense. Because I could just do this.
Yeah.
A high official fell in love with his wife, basically kidnaps the wife and child, and then he leaves after the officials thought to kill the wife and keep the child, then he leaves. Oh! I was wondering what they're doing with these holes in the server. Sorry, I just ADHD a little bit, but they're removing all of the farms. You know how we were just talking about them? The mob farms?
Oh.
They're demolishing them and they're putting them all underground. Thank goodness.
That's good.
I mean, some of them look nice. Also, I like Johnny Depp, so I feel like it's a film I would like. It also sounds similar to Edward Scissorhands, because Barber, but not...
I mean, it does have that, like, Tim Burton charm to it.
I love Tim Burton.
What about Rango?
You see Django Unchained? Yeah.
No, what I said.
Yeah, Django Unchained. It's pretty good. I'm just kidding, I like Rango.
Okay. Because that's also Johnny Depp.
I find that most things Johnny Depp I enjoy. But it's hard to sometimes not visualize him as Captain Jack Captain Jack Sparrow. Only sometimes. He does pretty well to oh god. He's good at making the character. It's just my brain is very... Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, is it there is exceptions to the rules, because, like, you have, like, Captain Jack Sparrow in the like, later movies, where he became more of a caricature of himself.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, not bad, but it's like... he's not Captain Jack Sparrow.
Is that... You're talking about the one with, like, in Spain or whatever?
Yes.
I didn't like that movie.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that was a Jack Sparrow problem, though. I just...
Well, the problem here is Jack Sparrow is not the main character
Right.
in the other movies.
Yeah.
And then in the later movies, he became the main character, because of course he would be.
So you see my problem!
Yeah.
You're getting it! I loved Barbossa. That pissed me off.
Yeah.
I mean...
was a good character.
I liked the entire that's one of those movies where all of the main characters, in quotes, were really good. I liked Will Turner. I liked Miss
Elizabeth?
Swan. I was gonna... Yeah, I forget if her name was Amelia or Elizabeth. I'm like, I liked Elizabeth. I'm pretty sure it was Elizabeth.
Amelia. Could you imagine like a Doctor Who character
Oh.
in the Pirates universe?
God. Oh God. I like Barbosa. I like the dude window that had the eye. I like the dude and his monkey. That's the same guy, but you get the point.
Yeah.
Is there a character I didn't like?
Jack Sparrow.
Jack Sparrow. Yeah. I mean, you know what? He was okay, but he could have been way better.
Yeah.
I loved Calypso.
Calypso, hell yeah.
Yeah, Calypso was so cool. And she got the accent. One of my favorite accents.
Davy Jones.
David Jones. Wagwan me man. Imagine she said that. Hey, Sparrow, Wagwan.
What's up, Famalam?
Oh god. I gotta like lower the rain, jeez. Yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean was good. I love Tortuga. My friends and I, every time... Holy smokes!
Yo.
My friends and I in, like, high school, we had this meme, because I was the driver. And we were always like, where are we going? And I was like... I gave him this, like, smirk, and then they were like, Tortuga? And I was like, Tortuga. Oh, that was good times.
Just another way to say I don't know.
Yeah, no, literally. And then we would just go to the mall parking lot, and that's it. We wouldn't even go into the mall.
Oh yeah.
Tortuga? Tortuga. What's up, Carlos? Hey, Johnny Depp. I like to... Do you like a series of unfortunate events?
I haven't seen it.
I think that one's really good for what it is. It's pretty good.
Hmm.
Pretty good, pretty good. What if... Hear me out.
Yeah.
For now, we're gonna film... What the hell? For now, we'll fill it in, but... Hear me out. Okay?
Yeah.
Do you happen to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so... Just hear me out here. Okay? So... Sea lantern.
Yes.
And we make it alternate in some of these.
Do we have enough?
No.
Okay. So we have to go to another water temple.
Not necessarily. Because I'm pretty sure the dudes spawn still. So I could use looting and just go grab some. It should be pretty easy.
The dude spawned still. What, the ancient guardian?
No, the normal guardians.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They do. They do still spawn.
And they drop the stuff that you need for it, so...
I guess. It's just gonna be a lot. Let's see.
I also left, like, a bunch of the lanterns on the outside still. There's still some there.
Okay. So you need like 5 prismarine crystals and 4 shards to make 1.
It shouldn't take very long, because... I have the looting.
Yeah.
No, that's. I think we all agree on that one, Mr. Goobert, that the Pirates of the Caribbean really fell off after At World's End, I think.
That's the third one, I'm presuming. I feel like everyone who has a opinion on Pirates of the Caribbean will say the exact same thing.
I think that's the third one.
Yeah.
It's Curse of the Black Pearl, then it's
Yeah.
what's next?
Curse of the Black Pearl, then it's at World's End?
Oh, it is At World's End?
No, wait.
No, there's gotta be one more. Pirates?
Dead Man Chest.
Oh! Oh wait, yeah, duh, because that's the Davy Jones one.
Yeah.
Right.
Can
I
you
got a jar of
believe
dirt.
that they only planned for one movie,
Yep.
and then after like making a second one, introduced such a sick character as what was his name, Davy Jones.
Yeah. That entire storyline was awesome.
Yeah.
Why is the rum gone? The rum.
I like Captain Jack Sparrow's character because he plays a fool, but he's actually really smart.
Yeah. I have a funny secret about my car. Because of all of those memes that started off with like, where are we going? Tortuga? Tortuga.
Yeah.
I ended up my car is not black, it's a red car. So we ended up calling
Okay.
it the Red Pearl.
I see.
I just stuck to that name. I didn't even name it myself. They were like, you didn't name your car? I'm like, no. So now it's the Red Pearl.
Nice. I think I was dressed at one point as Captain Jack Sparrow for Halloween.
My first ever Halloween costume was Spider-Man.
Hell yeah.
It's just funny, you know, because... Yeah. Because I think Spider-Man sucks. I'm just kidding.
Thing is, I didn't know who Jack Sparrow was at the time.
Oh,
I was just dressed as a pirate in my eyes. I was like, cool compass.
Jack Sparrow.
So we need bones as well as paywood.
I have an idea for bone meal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put the sand in here for now. So I need inventory space for days. Oh, I see. I'm gonna put the sand in here for now.
Yeah, you might as well use the guy. He got one purpose.
What is your purpose? You passed butter. Oh my
Oh
god.
my god. I like Rick and Morty in the early seasons.
I only watched, I think the first two. I don't know how many seasons there are.
Like 8 now
I see.
or something like that.
I don't even know why I stopped watching it. I just did. I like the first season.
I know why I stopped watching it. It's because it's the same problem as you have with like most movies. They became just too OP. Nothing really like faced them really.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
everything becomes like, yeah, I got a machine for that. There's like, okay,
That's what I liked about shows like Umbrella Academy, for example. They weren't always winning. Sometimes it got pretty bad. I liked that show for it. And then I didn't watch the last season because I've only heard terrible things.
I still haven't finished it.
Yeah. No, I don't really plan on it. I'm scared.
God, I really like Klaus.
Klaus is so funny.
The fucking time traveling gay man who came back to then try to get his was a future boyfriend in the past to come out of the closet
Yeah.
while they were in an era where it's like not acceptable.
He had like the funniest arcs, especially when he just became like a Buddha or something.
Cult leader.
Yeah. It was a 6 or 7. Man, I gotta say, removing this water here was. I think about it all the time.
We
Like,
should-
goddamn.
We should. Do we have moss?
We have slime.
That's not what I asked. Because if we had moss, we could make carpets, and then we have like some sort of like dampeners. Put carpet on top that would look like grass, and then whenever we jump down, it would never hurt us.
We have slime. What were we getting? Oh yeah.
I got bones.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing you have the pale wood.
Yes. I just put it away for now. Now I'm grabbing it. This is the tale of Captain Jack Sparrow, pirate so brave.
That's gonna be the worst pirate I've ever seen. But you've heard of me.
Yeah. I was thinking of the Lonely Mountain cover. Or Lonely Island, rather.
Which one was that one?
It's where they're trying to make a serious song, and they have what's his face, and he's like, he just got done with a Pirates of the Caribbean marathon. So he was like, they were like, oh man, I have to send it to you. I feel like you might have heard this before.
I might have. I'm just really bad at names with music and whatnot.
Lonely Island. Michael Bolton. I'm listening to it. I can't, dude. Captain Jack, Johnny Depp.
Hmm.
I was thinking of fencing it, but I don't really know how.
Fencing it?
Well, not like wall. Maybe put a wall around.
Okay. I mean,
Um,
if we're doing that, we probably should do.
yeah, yeah, it should be connected. Um, I'm just trying to think of a good type of wall. You know, at the end of the day, we've really been using a lot of the deep slate walls.
Yeah.
It might just be the better choice.
I was gonna say because you already have the like the white of the flooring
Yeah.
and whatnot, so having the contrast of dark would be nice. Also, that was a very funny song.
Yeah. I like how it changes from like one movie to another after a while.
Yeah.
This is the tale of Tony Montana. Okay, let me get some of these wolves.
This is the tale of Captain Jack Sparrow.
It's gonna be stuck in your head now.
I love like music comedy.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of that. Especially songs that are like contradicting with each other.
Yes, exactly. I'm gonna have to cook more. Gosh darn it. Oh gosh dang it. So you never heard that one?
No.
Oh. Yeah, that's a good one. It's a classic. A classic. Oh, for the last season of Umbrella Academy. That's actually... That's a decent rating. I heard it was, like, really bad. You know, we never did figure out how we're gonna get up. I mean, I haven't used the bed in this game in a long time. I guess we just have a ladder.
Yeah.
Okay. Ugh.
It's just the most like convenient.
Thought about, like, just expanding the... Well,
The
no,
water
'cause
elevator?
can't. We can't without making it, because it would have to have all the blocks covered up, right?
Yeah. If
Yeah.
we were to do it, you needed like the glass thing that I did.
Mm-hmm. Nah. I'll just make a second ladder at some point. In a couple of years, you know.
Yeah. When no one is playing the server.
Yeah. Gotta enjoy it while we still can.
Yeah.
This is the tale of Captain Jack Sparrow, pirate so brave. It is cold in my room. Disable air conditioning. Hey, you got an AC? 130?
No.
No? Wait,
No.
of course you don't. How hot does it get there even?
Not super hot, but when it does get hot, it's like suffer.
Super hot.
Hot.
That was one of my
VR
first
game
VR
ever.
games.
Yeah.
Um,
God, I remember like way back during the Oculus DK1 days.
oh my god.
I wanted a VR system so bad. We went into, I think, like our version of eBay or Craigslist or whatever,
Right.
and we found one, and it was like $200 or whatever, and we bought one for me for Christmas or whatever, and I was so excited to play it. I only had a laptop.
Oh,
It didn't really work, and on the like family computer, it was too old to even run.
yeah.
Yeah, we ended up selling it.
That's a big rip.
Yeah. Then after I went into high school, obviously I started getting, well, not obviously, in Sweden you get paid
Right.
for studying.
Obviously
And
for me, because I knew that, but
yeah. I used that money to just buy my first Rift S.
hell yeah.
Uh, Before that, during that summer, I spent well, it wasn't summer then. Before I used to play VR chat and I used to just do animations
Uh-huh.
using my desktop model, which it just meant that I couldn't do like movements myself. I had to like animate an entire body moving, which was more effort, but it was fun at the time. But I knew at one point I was gonna get a VR system, so I I gathered every single like funny clip that I found like throughout the years
Uh-huh.
in anticipation of doing VR at one point. And then when I got it, I spent the entire summer, like each day, making like a comedy bit using that playlist. I had like 150 videos.
Oh man, damn.
That was a really good summer.
Sounds like that's oh god. That's a lot of clips.
Yeah, each one with their own
Ooh,
sense of humor and everything.
ooh.
I finished that. Finished that playlist, and then I just had nothing else.
Damn.
It was, but yeah, that looks nice.
Eh, looks okay. I mean, it was,
Yeah,
I ow. I don't think you should be maybe you watch Invincible.
what?
What?
You and I.
Oh, sorry. I was I was replying to someone in chat.
I see.
Ay ay ay.
I like early seasons of The Boys.
Gotta watch that. I'm going down.
It's
Whoop!
it's good to a point. It's like I like the idea of realistic superheroes, where if you
Same.
were Superman, how would that actually like play out? But it's just a lot of how do you say? It was just a lot occasionally, and it became way too political, way too quick.
Yeah.
Just
That
killed the drive.
you killed a man?
kill the drive.
Oh,
Watch.
I'm just gonna leave it. We'll open space, I guess, for that.
Fair enough. What about under?
Under what?
The walls.
Yeah. Maybe just regular, like a regular version of the wood.
Okay.
Thoughts, opinions? However, I did. I don't know if I even mentioned it yet to you. I watched. I'm caught up with what is it? Witch Hat Atelier.
Oh yeah, you didn't mention that you started watching it.
Mm-hmm. I caught up.
How are you finding it?
I like it. I like it. It's. There's no good explanation that I could, or good comparison, but I keep thinking about Frieren when I watch it.
Okay.
In the sense that, um, if Frieren was not an elf, and she was a student, I feel like that's how the series would play out. Something like this. Kind of in my head, that's what it feels like. I really like
Yeah.
Frieren. But I'm pissed off because I caught up, and now I have to wait. I'm really bad with shows that air or anime that airs because my
You
biggest
can lose interest.
yeah, the waiting part is like killer. It can really prevent me from wanting to continue. This is usually where I commit to the manga.
That's fair.
And the manga has a special hardcover edition that is called the Grimoire edition. And did you know that I have one very big obsession that has been consistent since like the early ages of my life? It's big witch hats.
I mean, fair enough.
I think if I really like dumbed it down, I am just a music lover who is probably an alien who really likes big witch hats.
Oh, wait. Disconnect.
Dang it.
There we go. I like the how it is somewhat cutesy, but it has like this dark undertone to it.
Witch hat, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very yes. It is. It's got that. Oh, we should do this part too.
Yes, if we want to utilize this area. Or at least have it as a wall or
Yo,
something.
what's up, Ghost? Yeah, not green whatsoever. Ew, green? Gross. Sorry, what'd you say?
What's this area gonna be? Like this little corner.
Since it's kind of like blocked off and, you know, looking at the rain, I thought maybe benches.
Okay. How far in? do you think?
I think just up to this wall.
Okay. No, but I definitely feel that way with you watch an anime, eventually it stops, and then you just continue with the manga because there's just more.
Yeah.
Uh, I continue what's called Dungeon Meshi that way.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, was that good?
I didn't watch that one, but
You haven't watched it?
I'm very very picky with my my anime, to be honest.
It's the big three. Is literally Witch Hat Atelier, Freeren, and Dungeon Meshi.
Oh, is Dungeon Meshi the one with like a lot of the fantasy food?
Yes.
Oh yeah, never mind. That's on my list of like must watch.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ooh, you know what? What I'll probably end up doing is I'll finish watching Witch Hat Atelier.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna watch season 2 of Frieren,
Okay.
and then I will finally commit, and then I'll watch Dungeon Meshi.
Hell yeah.
I probably should because I really like fantasy. I also really like Konosuba. Oh, hold on. How do I say it? I don't want it to sound weird. It's so hard to like. I like Megumin
Okay.
because she has a giant witch hat, but also
Right.
because she's flawed. She's essentially like a black mage from Final Fantasy XIV because she can make these gigantic fireballs, but
Once.
once. I love that.
Yeah.
That is a great concept. I don't like when characters are just like, yeah, I'm gonna make a fireball and boom, and then they're fine. You know?
I get that. No, I totally get that with like, I like flawed characters because there's more story to them.
Yeah.
You can do more stuff with, okay, you have this OP thing. What happens when that OP thing no longer works? Now you gotta
Exactly.
figure out something else.
Yes.
I think that's what killed my last like D&D group
Oh,
a little, because we had a character, his
follow
name
me.
was Grug.
Grug?
That's just what his name was. I had no problem with Grug on like in the very beginning when we were creating our characters. We had like one rule, which was you throw your dice and you pick the numbers to associate with class or whatever. So you couldn't just make up a number and then put it into your character sheet or whatever.
Yeah.
But for Grug, they made the one exception where they took away points where he took points from his intelligence and put it onto his strength.
Repeat that?
They made an exception for Grug, where he was talking with the DM, where they took some of the points from his intelligence and put it onto his strength.
Okay.
Like, I wouldn't have minded that if everyone got that option, but he was the only exception.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
But
that's
anyway, so he became like this dumb tank character, and we had fun for the most part. But it's like one moment really killed the drive for me when we walked into this room. We explored it just a little. We found a well, and the room was being like attacking us. So our only option was to jump down this well,
right. Okay.
and it essentially teleported us up into the sky. And we were essentially falling to our death. I was fine because I had a levitation potion because I'm a hoarding fucking creature. But and everyone else had their own little quirks that helped them fall. Grug just fucking landed onto the water and survived.
Oh.
And every single one of us thought that was just bullshit in itself.
Yeah. I just found it funny because in I was doing my first ever playthrough of let me try that again. I was doing a playthrough with a friend. It was their first playthrough. We were doing Elden Ring, but we were doing the the seamless co-op.
Oh yeah.
And the reason I find it funny is because I ended up making a character named Grog. which was just heavy armor, full strength. I would literally was fat rolling the whole time. And then it
Hell
was
yeah.
Grog. It was so fun. But yeah, that does. I hate when that. Yeah.
But despite that like one flaw, Grog was a really fun character. I was a the broody rogue who
Uh
hates everyone but
huh.
loves money,
Yeah.
and I was like cunning enough that I tricked Grog into giving me all his money. It was essentially he was tasked with splitting the money, and so he was counting the money as like 18, 19, 20, 20, 20. Because he only has 10 fingers and 10 toes, so he can't count higher than that. And I gave him an argument. It's like, I mean, you can't count higher than 20. What? You shouldn't keep more than you can count, would you? And I always had to roll for it, but that argument was good enough that he gave me all of his money
Oh my
for the
god.
foreseeable future.
Oh, Grog. Or Grug.
Grug.
Oh,
Yeah, I ended up
Grug.
having 5,000 gold at the end.
Oh my god. What am I forgetting? Oh, the glass. We need the glass.
We have glass down there.
Also, we need. Let me get the sea lanterns real quick.
Yeah, yeah.
We have like 10 left. I lied. 11.
Ooh, marginal error, one.
Yep.
God, I'm just getting reminded of all the D&D sessions now. We had one person who was a mute,
Mm-hmm.
so they literally didn't speak throughout the session. Just wrote in text or whatever, and had a character that was also mute or whatever.
Okay.
There was an enemy in the room. He was pretty strong, and I was kind of fighting him close up while everyone else was slightly out of distance. They decided to run out of the room and throw in a bomb. Everyone else was outside the room, except for me, because they didn't communicate it. And I essentially had what do you say? I had to roll a dice to like escape this bomb, and I had to roll higher than a 19.
Ooh, okay.
So I essentially, everyone was not very happy with this one person because they essentially just killed me. And we were all just alright, saying our goodbyes to me, and I was like getting ready with another character. I was gonna be this Puss in Boots character afterwards.
Uh-huh.
So I was gonna be the opposite of what I was. Instead of broody and arrogant, I would be charismatic and like helpful and friendly, which I think the group really needed at the time. And so I rolled my dice to like seal my fate. I rolled a 19,
Oh.
so I survived. The only thing that like got hurt was I think my shoes got eviscerated from the bomb, but I was fine otherwise.
Dang. So no Puss in Boots.
No Puss in Boots and still broody character. Who probably became even more broody after finding out that they threw in a bomb.
Yeah. Yeah, fair.
They did that twice, by the way.
The bomb?
They did like 2 similar events, so that bomb and then another bomb, and I had to escape it twice.
Oh my god.
Do you still have this lab?
I have 2 left.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of like where to put these sea lanterns.
It's so hard to see them.
It's just like one here.
Oh, here they.
Yeah, I'm just alternating them diagonally by 1.
So let's use more, so you can have a better idea where they are.
I don't necessarily need them like...
I mean, you could do like that.
Yeah.
So you give it like 1 space of like either directions. Maybe that's too many.
I mean, I think it's fine. I'm gonna have to go collect more for sure.
Yeah.
It shouldn't take too long. Okay, let me go do that.
Okay.
Maybe in the meantime, if you can, get more of the polished deep slate.
Yeah, I should be able to.
Okay. I shouldn't be gone too long. Let me think. How many do I need total? Can I make them, like...
Let's see. All of those are done, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, kinda. It's like 20.
Okay. Oh, that should be fast. Alright, I'll be back then.
Cool.
Mustard. Nice. Hey, give me that. Nope, never lucky. Sag. You know, I probably should have brought a boat. Good to see you guys. Good to see everybody. Ghost with a 45 stream streak. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. So what everyone do over the weekend? Anything like super crazy going on? I did the hot dog when you stick the wiener into a roll, so no space. Damn. Finally fixed my sleeping schedule. Nice! I thought I would. Yeah, literally last night, I went to bed really, really early. I'm not gonna lie to you. I slept for like 11 hours or 10. I think I needed it. I've been sleeping very poorly. But it's greatly disappointing in the sense of um the sleep schedule, I guess. That's okay. All of my friends stay up until 1, 2-ish. I have a more NA aligned schedule, I guess. Oh man, okay, yeah. No, I mean, I don't stay up past 2 a.m. and ever anymore. I just need like what is it? First of all, I like to wake up a little bit before stream start time, obviously, because I need food, but I need my like quiet time, and even though I can get it at night. Wait, is this a different one? Someone like built over it. Um. Ow, ow. Ow. Okay, okay, hold on. They're going X game mode. Dude. No. Aussie time, many of the people I used to roleplay with were Australian. I see. Damn, but that is like proper sleep times? Wait, what? Oops. What in the world? Oh, I think Moo is here. Sup? I'm de-lanterning the entire world. No, not yet. I think I only needed 20. I already have 30. It's an alright amount. I'm gonna need more for Radiant later. For me, I'm doing like a little light floor thing. Let me get out of here. I need air. Yeah, we're gonna make another bridge eventually. Once they terraform it, we're gonna connect it to Tot's giant mountain. Eventually. But we need more sea lanterns for Radiant because we're making a Final Fantasy thing. We'll want to light it up a little bit. Although I don't know who this is, and I've just stolen all the lanterns. That's okay though, because there's like 8 more. No. I did not. Oh, I see. Yeah, I've just been grabbing from here because like not a lot of people live nearby. I think someone lives over there, which I assume this is their monument, but there's like 5 more across this entire ocean. So I've just kind of been grabbing these. From this one, yes, and from another one, yes. I don't know about the rest. I know Tomb was looking for some. If you need them, go for it. Oh yeah, fair. Yeah, we also need a lot of gold, but I think Radiant's doing that right now. Well, Radiant needs gold for the thing. Yeah, it's not enough. Yeah. It's quite the build. That kind of has a giant tower in the way of it now, so we'll see what we do with that. And why there? Oh. How are they shooting you through this? Oh yeah, true, because it stops you because of the... Ow. Alright. I'm gonna head back. A pleasure to make your acquaintance today on this day. Oh, good luck. Please share those later. I could still make do with another hammer. Or rather, I need not the hammer, but I need Windburst 3. I only have 2. Yeah. I don't know. I have Windburst 2 on mine. Honestly, I haven't even been using them. Oh, I thought you needed 2 Windburst 2s. Oh. Oh, I see. Gotcha. I have to... Bruh. Oh, wait, why? I thought it's like the best one. Oh, I see, okay. So what's the better choice? Is it like... If it's not Windburst? For damage, at least. Proper sleep times. Oh, okay. I see. I can't wait to see the Ender Dragon just get one shot. Yeah, exactly. Unless they like sneakily add a mod in and like turbo boost the dragon somehow. Making an MMO encounter. Yeah, I added one some time ago, and it just added more mechanics to the dragon. So after the crystals, you had to like dodge like anvils and stuff. It's not that wasn't too hard, but yeah, anvils would drop every like phase of the dragon, and then also all the Endermen would insta without you even looking at them, they would just attack you. It made it a lot harder. It'd be an interesting addition, just to make it harder. Though the Enderman would be an easy. You just put water down. Yeah, exactly. Just put him in like some tower that spawns in and they just blast you from a distance. Oh God, they are. I mean, like they. I feel like you get two shot with protection four on everything. Still, I don't know the methods to like stop them though. Yeah. Oh, is I mean, like if you attack it though, because the old strat was to just make a little pillar up and then shoot them because they can't reach a certain distance. Yeah, I guess that's true because you could just fly up. Yeah. Oh, we'll see. Yeah, I only have one mace. I really haven't been out to get many though, and I only lucked out by asking Juice. So technically, I didn't even get my own. That'd be sick. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be very happy with that. Yes. Very good. Okay, enjoy. Good luck out there. I don't think she needs luck. What the hell? Just in the middle. Very nice. I like. I also need a trident that lets me zoom around. I need Riptide. Man, it doesn't feel like a Monday. It's so weird. I feel like I'm streaming over the week. I also didn't play Destiny like I said I would over the weekend. I got very invested in some like relic grinding on Final Fantasy, and I'm being honest, I'm not even entirely in the mood for Destiny, knowing that it's all gonna shut down anyway. But I've already said that I would run the Pantheon, and my armor level, or whatever, light level, eye level, it's at like 180. So unless it goes up for me in that group, it's cooked. And Fusion might need to ask his friend to to take my spot. Because I'm not gonna grief people. I should probably name this. There's a lot of these trial chambers. I mean, you guys talking about hot dogs? I want food. Not hot dogs though. I don't like hot dogs much. I mean, it depends. Hello? Are you ever gonna land? Oh. I was like, where am I? What island is this? We've really expanded. People really seem to like it. Also, excuse me a moment, a chance to listen to the adjusted tune for this island. Hey! That's dope. Uh-oh. Okay. What is that? Is it an alpaca? Tempted to make something in that cave. Up on Melancholy Hill, there's a plastic tree. Are you here with me?
Yeah. Did you listen to it?
Yeah, I just did on my way back.
Hell yeah.
Sounds
How's this
good.
looking?
Ooh, yeah. Cozy. Yes. Man. I just been working so many hours a day.
Yeah.
Looks great. I like it. Very cozy. Maybe, I mean, we could
Yeah, if you
change.
want to do it. Yeah, if you don't want to do any changes, feel free. I kind
I'm
of just
thinking more
placed
like.
it.
Wait, what?
I kind of just placed it like a placeholder because you said chairs.
I would just change the wood type, I think.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what you think about that. If you think it just looks better that way, then that's fine.
Uh, for what?
Just the benches, like the wood type.
Yeah, that I agree with that.
I don't know what wood. Maybe dark oak or like spruce, perhaps.
Okay.
Maybe it just adds a little differentiation in the.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
Just watching someone stream and they were talking about, oh, I haven't laughed in a movie in a while or wherever. I was like, what Project Hail Mary?
Haven't laughed at a movie in a while.
You know, properly, because
I
humor is
see.
very dry at the moment in movies.
Yeah. That's true. Project Hail Mary had me feeling many things all at once.
Yeah. Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Yeah, that one. It's a movie, right?
Yeah, it's a good movie.
You have a favorite Jim Carrey movie? I don't know if I asked you this already.
Jim Carrey movie. That's it's a good. Probably Truman Show.
Ooh, that's yep. That is a very good one. I can never like Ace Ventura is just such a classic.
Yeah.
But there's a scene, I don't know, it just might be my broken humor, my broken sense of humor, but the scene in Bruce Almighty where he uses the powers to make Evan, I think, Evan Baxter, he
the
makes
girl?
him like, wait, what?
Which one was that? That's a girl.
No, that's the other news anchor guy. The
Oh
guy
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm following you. Yeah, yeah.
he like takes control and makes him say a bunch of nonsense like on air. Dude,
I do the cha-cha
like a
like a
sissy
sissy
girl.
girl.
I was bawling my eyes out from laughter when that every time that scene happens. I replayed it like over and over again one time with my brother and my dad, and we were all just tears in our eyes from laughter. It's so I can't, dude. It's so funny.
Yeah, this is a good scene.
But Ace Ventura typically takes the win for me. I mean,
You're telling me the Grinch that stole Christmas isn't up there?
hey, I love that one too. I don't even know if there's a movie by Jim Carrey that I dislike. I don't think so. Maybe if I thought long and hard about it. Marley and Me, I think. Or is it Me and Irene? What was it again? Jim Carrey filmography. Here we go. I never watched Rubberface, admittedly, so I don't know.
Rubber face.
I don't know, I'm just looking at all of it. Copper Mountain, never watched that. Okay, I'm just gonna scroll. These are marked as his best movies in order, by the way. Oh wait, no. I lied. Okay, here we go. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I like that one. That one's pretty good. Truman Show, pretty good.
Pretty good.
Didn't watch Man on the Moon. Dumb and Dumber, great. The Mask, love that one.
Classic.
Ace Ventura, love that one. Liar Liar, love that one.
The pen is blue. The goddamn pen is blue.
Bruce Almighty, Yes Man, A Series of Unfortunate Events, Horn Hears a Who, Me, Myself, and Irene, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, Ace Ventura again. Batman Forever, I forgot he's even in there.
Yeah, it's the Riddler.
Yep. Oh, I just like them all. I didn't watch Sonic, so I don't know. Apparently, he does really well as the Eggman, so.
Yeah, he's decent. I mean, he's Eggman. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. He's just Eggman.
All he has to do is say, "Fuck you, Sonic," and he's totally there.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
I just find it funny when he goes into an interview, it's like, yeah, I'm retiring unless there's like a golden script right in front of you, and then Sonic.
Yeah. I don't want him to retire. But I get it.
Isn't he less
Old?
expressive now?
I mean, he still does some crazy work. There was an interview about the Eggman one, and he showed this face he made, and I'm like, good God. But yeah. Yeah, it's not
I
as...
mean, like, didn't he have like surgery or something like that?
Surgery?
Yeah, he has like plastic surgery.
No. That was
Was that another
debunked.
dude?
Yes, it was a person that
Okay,
apparently...
I wasn't sure because it was two ends of the side. Either it was him or it wasn't him, and
Yeah.
nothing that I looked up
Yeah.
really confirmed anything, so I wasn't really sure.
And the conspiracy theories were like, oh my God, Hollywood like replaced him.
He's being cloned.
Yeah. But it turned out to just be a dude with a mask. Like really, really good, what is it? Art thing, whatever, you know.
Right.
Yeah. That was a crazy time.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
We should probably replace the chairs.
Yeah. What do you feel about Birch? How do you feel about that?
It's a decent material, but I think it would still blend in pretty much with all the white.
I just think you don't like Birch.
What? Yeah.
Oh, safe lighting here. I wasn't sure. I finally added that plugin that just shows me the light levels.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I think it was Friday. I hopped on for a little bit, and all I did was light levels. I just lit the place up. This guy's confused. I don't think he knows where to put the sand. Here, bud. In here. Hey, Hey man, over here, the sand. No, no, that's not. No,
You.
almost. Come on,
Almost.
down. One more.
There you have it.
Yeah, excellent. Good job. Yep. Nope. No. No. That's no. No. No.
He'll get there. He has
Nope.
to just go through every single one of them.
Did he forget that this is the one with the?
It's like a bird, you know. Take 3 steps and then forget.
Oh, there you go,
There you
buddy.
go.
Good job. Nope. No, no. No. It's not much, but it's honest work.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely Truman Show. Jim Carrey movies.
That is a very, very good one. Top 3 for me for sure.
Hmm.
Um,
I have a very soft spot for The Mask.
I love that one. My name is Cuban Pete. I like a big rumba beat. Chick chicky boom, chick chicky boom, chick chicka boom. Why am I up here?
Logs,
No.
wood,
Yes.
stairs.
I mean, we could just use oak. Or acacia. Nah, the orange would be a little weird, I think. I know where we go. Back to the beach. Wow. That's probably something getting built over there. Kind of looks
What,
like it
the
might be a
satellite?
Yeah, I don't know what that's all about, but...
It's like a half-eaten meatball.
I'm sure someone's building something spectacular there, and I'm really happy for them. Oh, hey. I can go make that other one grow. Later. It's getting hot in my room again. Look out! Oh my god. It should have died on the second swing, but it didn't. So you don't like MMORPGs?
I don't know if I don't like it. It's like
Too much of
I
a time
couldn't-
investment.
I couldn't name you one. I just I wouldn't know which one would classify as it.
World of Warcraft.
Never played.
Oh my god, hello. RuneScape.
I think I played it once, but it was fucking years ago, and I did it on a school computer.
Stop!
In the name of love.
We have acquired what we need.
Dark oak love. Nice.
I don't really like deforesting this area. Oh no! It's all good. It's all good, man. We need 4 of these, right?
Yes.
You found how to open it! Oh my god, let's go! Was it really simple? I expected to just be like, oh yeah, just two button clicks and it's open. Alright, let's go. I only got 2 saplings, but
Right.
it's fine. We don't have to, like, grow them right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can't grow any of them using that, but I looked up the list of MMORPGs. The only one I've played is called Trove.
What is it? Trove?
Trove.
Oh,
Trove.
Trove. Yes.
I think I played it a few times just to see what it was like, and it was okay.
Alright. Never played Maple Story?
No,
Oh. Damn.
I just had a long period where I only had a few Xbox games and a laptop that couldn't run much.
2 screws for the glass
All I
panel
could
and it's
play on the
up.
laptop
Oh
was either Minecraft
no.
Unturned.
Oh no. I don't remember if we tried that or not. Now I feel like I don't remember. New profile picture? Yeah, it's made by Sogert. Yeah, that's fair. I hate MMOs personally.
I see.
Yeah. That's why I play 4 of them at once and you know, it just sucks.
Right.
Especially critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV, that you can play up to level 70 and all of the story up till Stormblood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just don't like it personally, but thoughts, opinions, looks, appearances.
Yeah, that's looking good. All it needs is now the sign on the side. Yeah.
Good? Good? No?
Yeah.
Yeah!
I'm missing one. Oh yeah.
Oh. I wrote S.
I kept writing like DW.
DW! Football
And it's
head.
like whenever I just go DW, it's like fuck, and then I look at a sign and he just tells me don't worry.
Don't worry, be happy. Damn, check this out.
Hell yeah.
And now we can see the Weeping Angel, a little bit of, I mean, most of Rocky, just not the full amaze. We could see the little alien. We can see the tower, the mountain, the other building, our UFO. Our light bridges.
Yeah.
Little place. It
Do you
is
wanna utilize
missing.
this space?
Yeah, I just don't know with what. I keep thinking like, well, now it's made. What do we do with it?
I wasn't
Humblegood.
sure about this one. You
Yeah,
know,
I'm trying to
this
think
edge
like.
bit.
No. No good.
I don't know. I think it looks alright right now.
Yeah. So what do we make? there's a trial chamber down there, and I originally was going to make a staircase all the way down to it and then an entrance, but then I was like, well, what if we just made this instead?
Hmm.
I like it.
I mean, you can still do a staircase. Can continue down here.
Could. But you know,
Yeah.
I want to see if we can put something down here first. But I don't know what.
Let's see. What do we have here?
Could be no, I don't know. I was gonna say a food area and then like stuff. So maybe instead we move the benches around here, and it's not benches but like stools and tables, and over here we create like a little restaurant,
Well, like a bar.
like a yeah, like a bar.
Okay.
So like this would be a counter instead where this stuff is. We move these chairs and create a little like bar area
Okay.
that will never be utilized beyond that, but it'll look
That's
nice.
true. So let's say chairs, table in the middle.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'm just like, because we could do, you know, and then one as well.
Hmm.
I assume the table would be like a fence with maybe like a pressure plate or something on top.
It could be.
There's just not enough space between the log. Unless we... It makes me feel claustrophobic. Maybe someone like... I need a... How would the table look if it was a 2x2? Hmm. Hmm. Huh?
What if instead of a pressure plate, we use carpets?
Hmm.
That way, it won't have that weird gap in between.
Oh, right, because pressure plates. True. True. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm gonna get some wool just to see.
Hello. Holy smokes! You've got the curse. A gift? It's for me? Thank you. Thank you so much. It does. It means the world. I'm gonna name it the Moo. But an alien. Moo alien. Yes! Yes! Crazy! Hey, what are you, what? Oh. Another gift? How did you know I needed one? How did you know? Yeah. Yeah. I have a trident, but it's channeling, impaling, 5, and mending, and I'm like, well, I can't put Riptide on this. Thank you. Yes! Very good! I don't... now I actually just need Riptide, which I think the spawn has a book. Now, how I get here, the loyalty? No loyalty. Just like in real life, you know, it's the usual. No! You've already given me so much. Thank you. You want emeralds? I have 7. That's like so much a lot, right? No, it's not. I thought it's like nothing. Is it actually a decent amount? Oh. Oh, when you were screen sharing the PvP, you were like... You were eating them like it was nothing, so I was like, oh, okay. Damn. Oh. I see. Oh, okay, that's fair. I mean, it's not like that one fight didn't take like 20 minutes because the person kept avoiding fighting. That was a great one. Why you're Greece? Oh. Wow! Yeah, it's given Ben 10, actually. I like Ben 10.
Damn.
What do you mean, damn? You don't like Ben 10?
Yeah, Ben 10 is cool.
Alien Force?
It wasn't what I was going for. I just went for the like alien theme.
Well, it works, because Ben 10 Alien Force.
I guess so.
From here, it looks like an alien head with big eyeballs. Oh my god, yeah. Man, I'm hungry.
Mm.
How hungry? I could really eat a horse. If you know what I mean.
No.
Oh, okay. What do these means? Oh, what? Nice cape. Wow, I didn't see that one yet. Whoa! I know someone was selling like the TwitchCon ones or something. I was like, oh man. Oh, this is it. Oh, I see. That's cool. I just have pancakes. I like pancakes. I think it's pancakes. Yeah, it is. Yeah! Hey, where's your cape?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I think I used to have one. And then I don't.
Back in my day, the only cape was from Minecon, and you can't even see it most of the time.
I think I got one because I migrated over from the old Minecraft to the new one.
Collection. Yo, let's go!
Yo.
I don't even know where I got those, I'm not gonna lie. I think it was from Trial Chambers. Yeah. Oh yeah, they saved my life when I didn't have protection on when I ran those Trial Chambers with barely enchanted armor. But now they're like nothing. You get protection 4 and Trial Chambers just kind of be whatever. I mean, if they poison you, it sucks, but... Just gotta bring a bunch of milk. Oh. Yeah, the baby zombies with diamond armor and diamond swords that are enchanted. That's horrifying. Why'd they do that? Next server should be hardcore. How many people are just gonna die?
I'm gone.
No, come on, you'd survive. Never mind. Your first death was
like-
jumping down the hole.
I have like 3. I'm like third most deaths in the server at the moment.
I would survive until the nether, because I don't think I'm confident enough in the nether, but I think I would. I've tried, like, hardcore runs before, and I've gotten to the dragon before, obviously without dying, but... I'm too slow paced with it. They're fun, unless you take your time and get to the dragon and then die, then it sucks. If you speedrun it, and then use beds... Yeah, exactly, yeah. That's probably what I should have done. Yes! Yeah, what's the new PvP mode? Oh. Oh, what the hell? Because you can, like, dash with them, right? That's crazy. I was wondering what spears are even for. But I guess the lunging. Man. Oh, really? I wonder when we'll get those. I thought the nether was today. Maybe next week. Duh. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for it too. I just want quartz. And netherite. Oh my god, true, and potion brewing. That's like my favorite part of Minecraft. It's weird, but it's my favorite part. It's making potions. Oh, yeah, the gas! I didn't even do... I've never done that one before, the update with the ghast friends. I want to do that. Bring them around the world. I'm not sure either. I think you just have to, like, portal them over or something. Oh, or that. Barter with a pig. You can buy them. From piglins. I'm concerned that they're those poor gas, man. Dry gassed. Sure. I might still die, to be honest. Oh, thank you. Ooh! Then we both placed water at the same spot. Ugh. Me when 4 hearts remaining. Oh man. Ugh. Wait, I gotta heal. Oh wait, yeah, right. Duh, I forgot. I got the achievement. Crazy. Okay. I have one. Oh. No, I mean, I don't know if it's because of the... No, probably not. Not the regen. I was only 4 hearts. Oh, okay. Three hearts. Okay. Damn. I done died. Yeah, no, my armor's fine. Well, my helmet isn't, but whatever. Easy fix. What? Where'd you even get these? Oh, right. How are people getting, like... Wait, why are you floating? Wait, why is everyone floating? Am I disconnecting?
Hello?
Oh. That was weird. You were just floating and I was like, oh, am I DCing?
Yo, Iceland.
Hold on.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
Done.
Oh,
No
the
problem.
shaders. Hey, welcome, man.
Hey, man.
What's going on?
Thank you, man. What's going on? Deep slate. Deep slate. Deep slate.
What?
Deep slate. Deep slate. Cobblestone. 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 Deep slate. Diorite. Gravel.
Is this stuff you don't need?
Yeah.
Hey, thanks, man. Thank you.
You're welcome, man.
Oh, so pretty.
Hey,
Thank you.
Oh yes, it's very pretty. What do you build?
Just this at the moment. We're
What is
making like
this?
a... I don't like a bar? I guess. You know, we're aliens, but we're trying to like, you know, we're trying to make friends with everybody. But since we're aliens, we don't know how.
Yes.
So we're building this. Oh, and now it's freaking raining.
Building bar. Yo, rain!
Get shot.
Oh, God! Holy smokes!
That's all over my new floor.
Damn it, we just made this. Yeah, I'm gonna put obsidian all around it. That'd be crazy. Last wish. That's a Destiny raid. A duel. I think I'd die.
Good knowing you.
I'm just looking if I have. No, that's cool. I have a totem. I'm just looking if I don't even have the. Oh, just like a sword duel. Oh, okay. I need an oiter. I don't really have gapples, but that's okay. I have 3. I have 34. You're gonna use water or no? Wait, does the rain, like, stop the fire? Oh, okay. Bum, bum, dum, ba, dum, dum. Peanut, count us down. On go.
Alright. 100, 99, 98, 97, 96, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
War. I don't think I did.
Hey,
I
man.
had like 16. Yo, hey, welcome back, man.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh. Oh, yo, want to know what I have?
What you got?
Pro Pud milkshake, vanilla ice cream, lactose free, no added sugar, 20 grams of protein. Protein!
What?
It's literally just a milkshake, but it's technically a protein drink because there's a bunch of protein in milk.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interchesting.
Yeah. Interesting, yes.
I just make. We have a lot of fruit, so I just kind of make fruit smoothies with some protein in it.
Oh, that sounds good.
Oh, no, I really didn't lose that many levels. Oh, okay, thank you.
Ooh, he's stealing.
My XP.
I didn't even get any.
Oh!
Ow.
Ooh, he's a bad thief.
Honor among thieves, Sly Cooper.
Hey, man. Hey, man. Hey. What the hell? Get patted, nerd. Get patted, nerd. Get patted, nerd. Hey, bro. What's up? Hey, bro.
Oh. Is this the same horse?
Yeah, it's the same horse I stole from you or took from you.
You are the same height.
Yes. We are. Yeah, Moo should be smaller than me. Ow. Why this horse like? stupid.
Is he stupid?
Is he stupid? Hey, stupid. Stupid. Hey, my horse. Horsefly. No.
Oh, I don't like horse flies. Y'all ever deal with those?
Fly. Yes. Yes, I do.
They're evil.
Iceland has a massive like
Horse.
I believe they're horse flies.
Big horse.
You see no mining or crafting going on?
What you said?
But you see, I am the live on the Twitch TV, and
Hey,
and
everybody
someone
from
came
the Rune channel. Hello. Remember to use here the Twitch Primes.
yes, remember to use Twitch Primes. Subscribe to. Oh, okay. They said no.
Oh. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, what's up?
That's true. You didn't
Or
stream.
you don't have to stream after. Fuck!
That was
You're
yeah.
right! Also, it was 7/6 day for me because haha, I'm a European.
You are a peen. Oh, sorry. Technically, actually, the formatting is year, then month, then day. So it was actually, it was 6/7.
Actually. Wait. Fuck. Shit.
Oh!
Got him.
Yeah, you take that minus 0.1. Oh, wait, really?
Oh!
That's funny.
That's funny. I could have streamed yesterday because of Xbox and PC gaming show.
I mean, honest
But-
with you, like, two whole things were interesting for me in that entire, like,
For
summer
you.
game fest.
There were a few interesting
Yeah.
things.
It was
me.
mostly Guild Wars 3. I don't even remember what the other thing was. Oh, Spyro. It was the Spyro thing.
Yeah, Sparrow.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, never mind. Wilds expansion. Duh. But I was pissed off because Kushala Daora. My least favorite monster in the entire game. Yeah, that ruined my entire life. I was so hype, and then I saw Kushala, and I almost, like, alt F4'd. Dude, I hate...
The Mao.
They're, like, they said that Kushala was better in Rise. I didn't particularly like Rise, so... Dude. In Monster Hunter World, Kushala Daora was the worst. Worst thing to exist.
I wouldn't know. Haven't played the game.
Oh, not at all?
Like a little bit. Like Worlds a little bit, but like I didn't really get into Monster Hunter.
It's pretty good. Especially if you like big hammer or big axe to destroy monster.
Big weapon.
I mean, Wilds is horrifically, terribly optimized. They're fixing it though, so you might be able to run it.
Bro, I think someone found out recently that there's a really... Basically, one of the reasons why Wilds runs really badly if you don't have the DLC is because
Yes.
there's a very aggressive
Yeah.
DLC check that's constantly on.
The cat that checks your DLC thing does it every couple seconds, and it checks everything. Yeah. They fixed it finally, but...
Yeah. Oh my lord.
Oh, God.
Oh,
They've-
Jesus Lord.
They've monumentally optimized it, but you still have to run, like, frame gen. It's like, goddamn, dude. A game is not ready to ship if it only runs well with frame gen. I'm sorry, it's just... What are we doing?
Yeah, no, you should You should maybe before releasing the game, you should optimize it.
Yeah.
Crazy idea.
Yeah. It's that and like, I don't know. I don't like the whole early access shebang with games. It gets exhausting, especially when you're in early what is it? Project Zomboid, I think it was
Right.
in early access for like 10 years or whatever. It still is. I think it's Project Zomboid.
Jesus Christ. At that point, that's not early access. That's just the game. Right? Like, guys, hello? The point of early access, at least for like actual indie games, right, is giving the developers time and resources to like finish their game and get feedback.
Yeah.
But then AAA was like, yo, we can like not finish our games and sell them anyways?
Guys, welcome to the Glorp podcast at the Omnitrix table.
Well, Glorp Omnitrix table. Welcome to the Glorp podcast. Today,
welcome
we
to the
have
podcast.
Koyo and Moo, as well as myself, the RuneScald.
The RuneScald.
The RuneScald, yeah. The one and only.
So, what about that airplane food? Isn't it just ridiculous?
Yo, it's so fucking pricey.
It's just unbelievable. And Peanut coming in to also join the pod.
What is he
Sorry,
doing?
there's construction at work today during this podcast. We apologize, but, you know, just it has to be done. There's room for improvement all around, and...
Yes, of course. Bro, apparently Ultra Kill has been in early access for almost 6 years.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What's up, Not My Own?
But, like, in their case, they're still working on the game, right? They're actively working on, like, the levels and polishing the game and etc., right? And that's, like, a huge thing or huge, like, source of hype. Instead of it being just like, yeah, it's early access, it's gonna be broken.
Yeah. I think there's a fine line where it shouldn't be early access anymore. I don't know, maybe not 10 years, 5 years plus, but, you know, I get it. Some people, their early access is actually beneficial. So that's fair.
Yeah.
It just kind of depends.
Also, it also depends on what type of game it is. For instance, with Ultra Kill is a single-player story-based game, technically. It has levels. It's early access because they haven't finished all the levels. But if it's like a life service game, at what point is it finished, guys?
Well, like, here's the thing. No Man's Sky, I don't even remember if they had early access. It was just a release, right?
Yeah.
And they're still adding more content, but it's not early access anymore. I think, you know...
It's just... No
It's pissing me off. Pisses me off.
Piss.
Yeah, what are you eating?
It's pissing me. Chewing gum to help with my ADHD.
Oh, nice. I used to have a problem where...
Yeah.
Oh. So, what do you think about the weather?
Raining sideways.
Sorry, what was that?
It's raining sideways.
Oh my god!
Okay, we can stop now.
Oh.
Oh. Rain stopped. Yeah. Clearly.
That was also an old Family Guy bit.
Oh shit, it did stop.
Oh, it actually did stop. Whoa, how'd you know?
That's crazy. Psychic.
Whoa,
No, I'm the
magic.
magician.
You know, Rune, I was telling Peanut that if I had to describe myself in 3 ways, it would be music obsessed, alien, and big witch hats. Those are my 3 favorite things in the entire world.
Bro.
And I've come
witch
to
hats,
notice
fuck.
something. Where's
What?
your big witch hat?
Not on my Minecraft thing, because I don't have a custom model.
This is gravely disappointing.
I'm aware. I'm well aware. I don't even know how to do a custom model like user and other people have, right?
Blockbench.
I don't. What?
It's like a 3D modeling program, just specifically for Minecraft.
Oh,
Blockbench.
Ah, Blender.
Walkman.
That's not what I said.
Oh, sorry. And Unity, yeah. Blender and Unity.
Ah, Blockbench. I see.
That's how I made my antennas.
I'm.
Oh, right.
Oh. Oh.
Same. I mean, I literally just grabbed this from Minecraft skins, and then I... Ow!
Yeah, no, like, I grabbed
sorry.
This...
Wow.
Whoa! Whoa!
What? No, sorry.
Yeah.
This is why I have armor.
Yeah, like, I grabbed this. I literally went to, like, find a specific character who looks like my avatar. And I found one where he was in a Virgil coat, and then I recolored the Virgil coat, and that's me.
I mean, this one used to have pants, and it also used to have a normal shirt, and then I just added Borpa and removed the pants.
Incredible. Moo, I believe I actually used to use that as well.
What?
That one.
I like frogs. Holy smokes! I will say one add-on that I
also
really wanted them
used,
to add. I just wanted them to let us hide armor. I get why they didn't, but
Yeah.
it would have been nice.
Yeah. There's
Oh.
yeah, with like shoulder pads and stuff, basically.
Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if I could just find one that just hides armor then.
Possibly.
I don't know. Or at least helmets, man.
I've been sent a list.
Oh my god, you're gonna bring iron armor to the end? I mean, you know what? That's what I was saying, Rune. I kind of hope they add some sort of like crazy Ender Dragon like buff, so that you know when
Right.
20 people show up with hammers or maces, it doesn't just simply perish.
Yeah, I can see that. See, yeah. Hey, you want some iron?
Oh,
No.
thank you.
What do you take me for? I don't grind for shit. Why not? I've literally most of my time on this server has been like chatting with people and building my tower, and then
My
procrastinating
God.
building on my tower by chatting with people and like helping them with their stuff.
Chatting with you are a VR chatter.
Oh no!
It makes me sick to my stomach.
I can't. I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry, man.
No, it's fine. I have like 15,000 hours.
only have 8,000. What?
I mean, to be fair, I started playing in 2017, so...
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. What, 900? Wow.
I wish I only had 900 hours. Oh, no. What headset did you have? Oh, they wouldn't, like, RMA it?
It's meta.
Yeah, you're right.
I doubt it.
Yeah, you're right. Never
Yeah.
mind. Oh, that blows. Yeah, I stopped using my VR for like 3 years, and I finally set it back up recently because of this server. Minecraft did this to me. I thought it was gonna be broken. Honestly, I didn't think it would work. Yeah. Oh, I know that feel. Do I know that feeling?
Now you can, like, play Minecraft.
Yeah, but then
Wow,
what if the
what?
server dies? I'll never see anyone ever again.
Yeah, everyone just goes back to...
VR chat.
Everyone will just VR chat, yeah.
But.
Yeah, and Moo is gonna go back to just playing PvP games.
And I'm just gonna
And
go
only
back to
PvP
critically
games.
acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV up to level 70 free trial.
Oh my god.
Now
And
available
I'm-
is Stormblood expansion.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has been an ad all along.
This was an ad for Final Fantasy XIV.
Wrong.
No!
For the new Ben 10 Omnitrix. Available at your local Toys R Us.
Whoa!
And Dawn dish soap
Dawn dish soap.
to keep your Omnitrix
Wasn't
clean.
there a new... Wasn't there a new Ben 10 comic? I think I heard a friend talk about that.
I've only watched the first Ben 10, and not even all of it, but I think it does have Ben 10.
Wow.
But.
Wanna know something funny?
Clownfish.
Oh, fuck, you're right.
Oh! So what's funny?
So I have a friend who just genuinely despises Fortnite, right? Like,
Oh.
hates it. But in the very, very low chance that Dante from Devil May Cry gets added into Fortnite, because my friend has made himself try to play every game that has Dante in it,
I'm gonna be
he would
honest.
be forced to play Fortnite. Yeah.
I was telling Peanut about this earlier. I really want to play all of the Final Fantasy games, but there's a major downside.
What's
Cloud
the downside?
Strife. I don't like him. At all.
Why?
He just pisses me off, man. I don't know what it is with Cloud Strife. I can't stand this guy. But I'll play every single Final Fantasy that doesn't have him. I don't know how many games that is.
That's
I know 10 doesn't have him because I played 10. I know Type 0 doesn't have him because I played Type 0. I know 14 doesn't have him, technically. I know 15 doesn't have him. I'll play 16 because that's made by Yoshi P, who also made 14, so should play that one. What's wrong with Cloud? I don't know what it is about him, but he just pisses me. I don't know. I
That
don't.
seems like an unresolved issue.
Yeah, well, you know what I like about Star Wars? Not the Skywalkers.
What?
You know what I like about Halo? Not Master Chief.
There's something wrong with you.
Yeah. That's why I'm an alien. I don't like Master Chief. I like Halo Reach and Halo ODST because it's not about them. I like when the underdogs have a chance to shine in the light a little bit, you know? That's why I like Rogue One from Star Wars. That's why...
Wow.
What is that? What do you...
That's the bag of chewing gum.
You're just fiddling with the chewing
Mo,
gum?
Thank you for the 42 months. Yeah, I have ADHD. I have to fiddle with stuff.
You need like one of those fiddle cubes. And it's like every side is something different.
Oh yeah.
Some of them click, some of them are like little levers.
Like little ADHD box.
Yeah. I have a Rubik's Cube. But I solved it and I don't want to like scramble it. Yeah, the joystick one, yeah.
Oh. Question.
Answer.
That is slightly related to something someone said in chat. Are you a guard player?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Card player. I'm
Guard
Googling it.
player. Oh, Warhammer 40k. I saw the Totem.
No.
No, okay.
I'm overwhelmed by the amount of lore in Warhammer, so like I've been avoiding it like the plague. But I want to play it one day.
I see.
It's over. There's too much information in that franchise. Like the lore is insane.
According to my my buddy old pals, one says coward, the other says he fucking should be a guard player. Ignore the Karking lore.
What is a guard player?
Basically, one of the factions that you can like play / buy and paint is basically the Imperial Guard, who are just normal dudes. Just
that sounds pretty cool.
People.
Isn't
Yeah.
I played one of the Warhammers. I don't remember which one. But it had vampires in it, so I only ever played the vampires.
I don't
Or the
know
elves.
if that is 40k.
That's not 40k.
Elves. That no, I think that's fantasy or what's the other one? Fuck.
It was like Total
Fantasy?
Warhammer.
Yeah.
It wasn't 40k.
Okay, yeah. They are releasing a new Warhammer 40k Total Warhammer.
Uh-huh.
So that might be something worth looking into.
I think from 40k, I liked the... Was it the Yami? I think that's the elves. I'm a sucker for elves. I should add that to my list of things. Giant witch hats and elf ears. Yeah, those are the...
Giant witch hats and elf ears.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Eldari?
I don't know. Maybe?
I believe. I don't know. I'm not huge on the lore myself. What?
Maybe the Eldari?
Lore might. Eldar, yeah. Yeah, my friends are saying elf player, fucking elder player, death before dishonor.
Everyone
Eldar
always hates
are
elves. What's up with that?
I mean, I think there's like in 40k there is like a massive faction war, right? Like it's in the grim darkness of the future. of the far future, there is only war. So all of the factions hate each other.
By all accounts, I should love Warhammer because it's future, but it's fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
But I just,
Kind of, yeah.
I mean, it's got elves in space, right?
It's got elves in space, yeah.
That's more than enough for me. I mean, like,
Yeah.
is there magic?
There's a
I assume there's magic.
kind of. It's basically there is something called a psyker, which can use psychic abilities by tapping into the warp, which is like a realm of chaos.
Okay.
But if you're a psyker, you are a danger to literally everyone around you.
That's kind of based.
Yeah, because chaos is its own. My friend needs to lore dump and wants to get in here, but I need to tell him, Vic, buddy, pal, I can't let you in here. This is a private Minecraft server for content creators and friends of like a specific like friends of the community, basically. That's you! Yeah!
I like magic.
The guy who that needs to lore dump.
Bonjour!
He's actually going to be running. Oh, bonjour, whoever is over there.
France.
Oscar. Hello, France, Mr. Eiffel Tower.
Is that my name now?
But yeah, my friend is going to be running a what's called Wrath and Glory game, which is basically Warhammer 40k D&D.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to be
Hi.
playing a psyker, a chaos psyker.
So you're gonna be a problem.
I'm gonna be a problem.
Oh, Oh.
I'm literally a problem.
proceeds to
That is my whole role. There's another character. So we are playing as the Chaos faction.
An OSRS
We're
add-on.
heretics. We serve the like
no.
chaos gods in a way,
Um,
basically.
I'm only 21 level, so probably not. Probably not, no.
So another player is what's called a corn berserker.
No, I don't
He's
have-
basically
I don't
a
make
space
books.
marine who has had like nails pierced
I don't
into
have
him.
him.
That basically basically all he can feel is
Anger.
anger and bloodlust.
Damn.
Now with these nails in him, if I a psyker
Greetings!
am next to him, those nails start to vibrate.
Oh,
And for why?
Because some lore reason I forgot, but basically, if I am next to my friend, he gets angrier.
Oh.
Yes.
You need amethyst and copper. Here, you can have this one right here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty sure the World Eater is gonna be more of a problem. Yeah.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
It'll be all
There's
good.
just
Sit
like a 1 in
anywhere.
100 chance that whenever I use a psychic ability, I open a portal to hell.
sink in the chair.
I'm sure that's okay.
No.
That'll be fine.
Yeah, come on. It's just... That's fine.
Frog.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, all good. Nothing bad will ever happen. We'll live.
Yeah,
Maybe.
maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, move.
Yeah.
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 The psychic might has a weird effect on the
Whoa.
nails where they
Pain.
start to quote unquote singing. So somehow the nails get more powerful, so more pain for the guy that has them in him.
Oh.
But,
Yeah.
but, but.
More pain, more anger,
Right.
more hostility.
No good. No good.
No good.
But-
No good. I mean, we put them in middle of enemies and he go kill.
But,
He can take grenade
But-
to face. It's
but-
okay.
And why kill?
but.
He worshipped Korn, the chaos god of bloodshed and war.
Corn? Yeah.
Anger.
Ratata. Hey, you know corn? Haha. This band. Music. Baseball. You guys play baseball?
No,
Oh. Yeah, me neither, actually.
I don't play sports.
What?
I'm a nerd. I don't play sports.
It's like not a single sport at all. Badminton's pretty
I
based.
used to do
I like badminton.
taekwondo.
Oh. Yeah, chess counts these days.
Woohoo! Hello, Cookie.
I like football with a U. The name of the game, football. The name of the... Oh, damn, nice.
Football.
I have some soccer trophies
Oh, nice.
But.
from my days
I don't
when
have
I...
any trophies.
Surely
Why
you
not
have...
call football.
I don't... What in
You
the
kick
American
it
football...
once.
I don't know why they called it football in America. It doesn't make sense. It's 99% throwing. It should just be called tackle ball.
Honestly, yeah.
I don't get it. I don't. But I also hate that sport. Now, soccer football.
Yeah. Football, yeah.
Yeah, it's just Americans pissing me off. Hey, sorry for
This-
being green.
Why American?
Hello,
Why
Omega Wolf.
piss?
I don't know.
Why they piss me?
They're pissing
Why
me.
they pissing me?
And for what?
But.
And for what? Holy shit. Wait, I just realized. So the guy who's going to be playing the Corn Berserker, right?
Yes.
He can listen to Corn. He
Yes.
likes listening to Corn.
Oh.
He said in chat, "Yes, I too have listened to Free."
Hey. Yeah,
Hey.
based.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the good stuff.
Oh, la, la. Good stuff. I would say I mean I can't say because my music taste has always been just random OSTs, videos I hear in AMVs.
I mean, I like a lot of music, but it depends on the vibes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But.
I don't know. That's a tough one. I like metalcore. Metal, all the core genres of metal are pretty good.
Rock.
Yeah, rock is also good. My favorite band of all time is Pink Floyd.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. Yeah. I only really hate
Excuse me.
country music.
Country
Oh,
music?
like you like breakcore? Yeah, breakcore's pretty good. I like breakcore.
Breakcore is nice. I like breakcore. It's one of the few like music styles that just like shut my brain off.
Same, but typically I use it for like if I'm driving, for example, in a game. It's great for being fast.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Breakcore's pretty good. For like PvP stuff or just general combat, I would just do some sort of metal music.
Honestly, most of the music I tend to listen to is very fantasy, very
Yes.
folk and cinematic.
You might like dungeon synth, which is what you would imagine.
I have heard about that.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's
oh
like,
yeah, rhythm games. Same. I used to play a lot of Beat Saber. I was pretty good at Beat Saber. That sounds familiar. Let me see.
I should dig a hole into a mountain.
And why?
So I can create underground ZT.
Yeah, I know that song. Oh, God. Oh, God. My shoulders still feel the pain of, like, being able to see Beat Saber maps. That was my old workout routine. I put, like, weights around my wrists, and then I would just play Beat Saber. But I would play the stupid hard maps.
Oh, good fucking lord.
Not to brag.
I've been trying to get...
But I got ranked 69 in Beat Saber Global one time, so... Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. So... And now I can't even get, like, top 20k, so who cares?
Who cares? I've been recently getting into Saber for like workout because I am not a healthy person. I move very little. I am
To be fair,
overweight.
do you use full body tracking in VR?
Yes.
Do you stand or do you sit? Primarily.
Primarily, when I recently, I mean, it depends. If I get on later on, I sit or lay down.
God damn it! Maybe it's just me. I don't know. I don't like when people float sitting down or laying down in VR. It breaks my immersion. So I just stand all the time. If you're like, dude, don't your legs hurt? You've been standing for 8 hours straight. I'm like, I'm good. I don't know. I'm chilling. I'm being chilling.
Being chilling. For me, because I'm pretty overweight and I have like pretty bad legs. Well, standing for more than a couple hours is kind of hell.
Dude, you gotta just start joining for DMCA and dancing.
Yeah, I should do that. I should be doing that more. I used to do it like every week, but like, I then got other stuff to do.
Like what?
D&D.
God damn it! You need to get yourself a standing desk. It's OP.
I do.
Oh,
Bro, a standing desk and one of those treadmills, like that you can put under your desk. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, just my friend does this, and they said it's fine for other people to do it. Just do streams in VR on a treadmill safely, obviously, so you don't fall off and break your VR. But just and then have your just chatting sessions while walking.
Yeah, honestly, I've been considering that. Problem is, for me to get
beat
one
my
of those,
saber.
It would be really fucking expensive.
Yeah, true.
Middle of fucking nowhere land here.
Just steal one.
Just steal. Just steal one, dude.
Yeah, dude. No, yeah. Come on.
Come on, just steal it. Steal it. You fucking.
Well, you never stole anything before? Come on.
I try not to. If I steal something, it is purely by accident.
Damn. You're a good Samaritan.
I try to be. Shut up.
So the weather. Oh.
Oh. Yeah, the weather is currently. It is very cloudy over here.
Yeah.
It's like intermittent raining.
Yeah, it's cloudy right over there for you guys. It's nice and clear over here. Oh, it's cloudy all of a sudden. This is crazy.
It's crazy.
How did this happen?
And for why?
I don't know. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And you too. And you too. Ow.
I've been listening to some Final Fantasy 14 OST. What was that?
God, I'm always like trying to expand my like a sort of like fantasy world building playlist. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I like, bro, I like drawing maps.
No.
Yeah.
No.
This is, I will, can I show you a map? It is a really old map, but can I show you a map?
Show me map.
Yes. I might end up using it for, yeah, the Saturday game I have going on right now.
Okay.
Like repurpose. So let me just screenshot it because I don't have it like actually downloaded.
This
I
is
have it
the
in the
tale
editor.
of Captain Jack Sparrow, pirate so brave. You spin me right round, baby, round, round.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Oh, thank you. Where are you? Koyo.
No.
No?
No.
There you
Whoa.
go.
Pine Hearth. I would live in Norwind.
Norwind?
Yeah.
That is like... that's initially... that was initially planned to be like Scandinavia.
Oh.
Yeah.
I would live in the giant cyclone in the middle of that area there.
The original intent for the giant cyclone was that it's part of a place called the Lost Archipelago. Right?
And why it's an Arki?
Why is it Arki?
Why does the Pela go? Where it's go?
Why? Alright.
Okay.
Good luck.
Yes, good luck out here. Thank you.
Thank you. But yes, it is an archipelago that where the islands move. The islands do not stay in place; they move all over the place.
Oh.
And in the middle, there's like a whole like mystery of like a thing. It's very likely based off of One Piece.
It was cool until you said One Piece.
How fucking dare you?
Sorry.
Oh.
So deeply freaking sorry about that.
Man.
That's okay. To be fair, I haven't really invested time into anime in a long time. Only this weekend I finally started on one, and caught up with what is it? What was it?
Which had Atelier.
Witch Hat Atelier.
Which oh shit, I need to get I should catch up on that because well, I've been watching it with my friends and it's really good. Very fantasy. Very good. Yes.
I
But-
I just took a long hiatus from anime because it all pissed me off. But Frieren, fantastic. Big fan of Frieren. Might be my favorite in the last decade, perhaps potentially.
Hell yeah.
Witch Hat Atelier, fantastic. I liked I liked one called G Witch, which is a Gundam, but it has the word witch in it, so I had to watch it.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Yeah.
I think I've seen that one.
G Witch is really good. That's the one with the red haired tomato girl.
Yes.
That one's so good.
I
I
will
love
say
that one.
there was one scene that was it was so strange because it was after the credits, and it's just I don't remember the names of them, but the white haired chick was being attacked by some dude, and the red hair girl in the mech suit splat him like a
Oh,
fly
yeah.
onto the ground.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
And she kind of just stands on the hand, still bloody, and reaching out her hand like a fucking psychopath.
And traumatizes the silver hair girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, that's what a great show.
Yeah.
And it has the word witch in it, so. Listen, it's just true. I don't know. I mean, I love Soul Eater. It's one of my favorite animes of all time, if not my favorite.
Yeah.
But without the witch lady, I don't know how much more I would have loved it, or less.
Huh.
It's just true. I like witches and big witch hats.
Soul Eater is your favorite?
Soul Eater's gotta be. I mean, Soul Eater was my real proper introduction to anime, and it was so good that I bought the entire manga series. It was the first one that I ever completed. They're currently releasing hardcover versions with the first 10 pages being colorized. So, I have
that's cool.
3 of those.
I'm not gonna tell you which one mine was.
High School DxD.
No,
Is it worse?
no comment.
Okay. Boku no Pico.
No, no.
No!
nothing like that.
No!
I just had to get that out of the way, all right?
Yeah. Getting it out of the way. I just don't want to bring it up ever again. Never remember.
Yeah.
Forget it exists.
Forget what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I already forgot.
What? I forgot.
But
Yeah, I love Soul Eater.
One of my chatters have smelt it. This is not good.
Why it happen?
Oh! I completely forgot that today's stream was going to be hey guys, I have new emotes.
Where are you showing or no?
I will show emotes, but I have to put it into the thing.
Oh, okay.
Into the create image. Call it emotes. Okay. Browse.
See, and then there was Megumin, the big hat.
Megumin,
Good one.
yeah.
And then there's. I'm looking at all my manga above me to see if I could remember any other characters.
Mm-hmm. I only have 2 mangas,
Oh.
physical copies.
I'm very. It's not anti-digital, It's just there's something about flipping a page physically that is more satisfying than that of clicking a button to turn the page digitally.
I feel that. I feel like the ones I have, because they're like artist related, so there's more reason for it to be in a physical form.
Right.
One of the book is called Look Back.
Oh yeah, I know Look Back, I think. I think I do.
Yeah, it became a movie
Oh yeah,
somewhat
yeah.
recently.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good story, and it's really like well made. It's by the creator of Chainsaw Man.
Yeah, oh right, yes. You mentioned this before actually, I'm pretty sure.
Probably not Look Back. I was talking about a lot of other things he made.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Look Back, and then I have another one called Goodbye Eerie.
Oh, okay. I don't know that one.
Both same creator.
Oh, okay. Well, as far as manga goes, I have a lot, but I have Opus. I have. I mean, I have a lot. I'm not gonna name them all. I have a lot, but I have all of the Witcher books that are currently out, but in Polish.
I see.
I have some weird like occult books, like witchcraft things as well. I
House of
have.
Leaves.
I do have House of Leaves. I have Utsubora from Junji Ito. I have a bunch of the Near Yorha mangas.
Man, what can we just like start a what do you call an audiobook stream?
True.
Just read House of Leaves for
Oh
everyone.
god, oh god.
It's like visual showing the pages. So this is the page we're reading today.
Man.
It's very funny because we're talking about it and Rune has no context. To this.
Yeah. He has no idea. I think he died.
He's gone.
I have all the unfortunately, I have all of the Harry Potter books. I have them as the Ravenclaw edition cuz I'm in Ravenclaw.
Fair enough.
Uh
I have one Harry Potter book. I didn't buy it. My sister gave it to me. It was
Okay.
the last.
And why he?
I don't know.
What do you call it? It's the after the books. They made a screenplay, like a theater.
Oh, The
play
Cursed
on what
Child.
happened. That's it. I have
Yeah.
that.
I have that as well. And I have the first Fantastic Beasts. That's a good book. Do you know Arin Alexovich?
Bless you. No.
Okay, so he created Invader Zim.
Oh, yeah.
And my first Comic-Con ever.
Does he have? Well, you have the comics.
No, so he made a book. His own, like. I always forget its name. Hold on. Let me look at it. Okay. So, he made something called Serenity Rose, which is about a little witch.
Okay.
And we were at Comic-Con for the first time ever, and we went to the artist alley. And we walked by, and I saw Serenity Rose on display. I'm like, that looks kind of cool. It's like a goth witch girl. So I go up to the thing, and he introduces himself. He's like, "Hi, I'm Arin Alexovich." I'm like, "Hi." He's like, "Is there any chance you know Invader Zim?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I know Invader Zim." He's like, "Oh, okay. I created that." I'm like, "Oh, oh, that's crazy." So I ended up buying the book, and he signed it, and it's a prized possession because it's actually really good. Serenity Rose, highly recommend it. Yo, Rin, thank you. Yes, we're Glorville. Oh,
School.
there's a big
we
void
used to be
in
in this-
Glorville right now. Thank you.
The place you go to when you're waiting on your parents, and you just do a bunch of activities in there.
Yeah.
And there was this little corner where there's a bookshelf, a very small bookshelf, and I just kind of picked up one of the pages or paperback or whatever, open it up, and it's one of his comics.
Oh.
But it's not like Invader Sim. It was like some psychopath.
Oh.
It was still somewhat in the style, but it was very like grotesque and gross. I remember. That was neat.
My school's the most like far-fetched books we had was like Animorphs. I don't know if you've ever heard of those. Goosebumps and Animorphs are like the only two things that we had that were like that.
Animorphs.
I love Doctor Who.
Human turning
And
into
Peanut
animal.
loves Peanut SCP, obviously. Wait, yeah, it's humans that turn into like animals, but like in phases.
In phases, yeah.
Yeah.
I know it.
That was his idea, but I was like, hell yeah, because we were talking about Doctor Who when the idea
I
like
think I've only
sprung
had
to him.
one book signed, but like actual author, and I didn't even know them. I had no clue who they are. It was like it was some dragon book.
Ooh.
We were in this cultural building where essentially it's a giant library, and my parents were
We need
kinda,
more
like,
ideas for
pushing me
builds.
towards this one table.
More aliens.
And I was like, here do you go. And
We
then
might build
he
up there next.
did like a little drawing on the front page, and then gave it to me. I was like, oh, that's cool.
I gotta go back to Spawn and see what's going on there.
I think I read like 2 pages. I never did again.
Honestly, fair. I have a lot of signed things, but I used to go to conventions and stuff all the time. So it's just like I have a thing signed by Matt Mercer. I have that book. I have, if you know who Amelie is, Amelie.
Amelie
Yeah.
from the movie Amelie.
Okay. No. She's a VTuber now, but regardless, yeah, I've assigned.
White hair.
Yeah, like kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I know.
Regardless, she a long time ago, before VTubers were even a thing, she released her first ever EP. I bought the disc, but I was one of the first. It was like the first 50 people to buy it would get a signed copy. So I have a signed copy of that album, or EP rather.
Okay.
I have a vinyl signed by Madeon, which that one's important. I love that one very much. I have a lot. I can go on forever about signed things. Hey, what do you? I went to my first proper convention last week, TwitchCon. Oh, how'd you like it? I feel FOMO that I didn't go, but I'm also in the US.
That's all
so.
I wanted.
Explain the title. What is my title? So my title is OnlyNekos SMP, which is that's what I'm playing right now. And then Eeg Oog Og Oog is just how I'm feeling today. So what you said?
You watched To Your Eternity.
What is the Japanese name for it? I see. No, I have not.
Tate something. I don't remember.
I have not.
Do you know anything about it?
No.
It's so good. Okay, imagine
Dragons.
like a god.
Sorry.
Good band. But imagine like a god. He looks at Earth and then he creates like a rock and places it in her. And this rock just does nothing until like a wolf goes past and like dies on top of this rock.
Oh.
And now the rock is able to turn into a wolf. And
It's probably the best week I've had in my life. That's so cool.
People.
I want to go to the
this,
next
like,
one. I would never go to the
experiences
NA
with,
one.
Getting to know them.
All my
and then
friends are
as
also in
soon as
Europe.
They pass out.
Classic.
They die. He's able to turn into them.
It sounds like something I should watch. Is there a witch?
It is unfortunately no witch.
Man, I don't know.
But he's like an immortal being, so it starts off from like tribal Stone Age, and it goes forward.
Oh, Unga Banga Dunga.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's one of my favorites.
I want to meet everyone. I mean, I'm kind of new to this community. I was a VR chatter. I'm good friends with people like Leaf, but like aside from Peanut and Rune, I don't necessarily know many people. I'm only just getting to know them. That's why I'm the alien. I decided that it would make so much sense to do an alien theme and try to like befriend people this way. It's working. It's working really well. Everyone loves it. Wait, May 22nd, Berlin. Wait, that's TwitchCon? Again, or just a different convention? 3-ish years. Oh, that's cool. No, that's really cool. I know Radiant. I know Radiant for a very long time. As well. But she, I mean, she's in the community, but she doesn't stream anymore. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll go. I gotta plan that out. It'd be cool. It'd be cool to meet all my friends. You gonna go to TwitchCon 2027?
Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Rune, you gonna go to TwitchCon 2027?
Sick.
He's already there. How do you do that? Not a single thought in that mind. What's the next
Maybe
alien
Beef
thing
Lord.
we should make?
That's a great question.
I was looking at the island behind Toy Story Alien. I'm like, ooh. Could do something there, but... Dude, this is like a theme park at this point. We even have a bar now.
Yeah, I don't know. I kinda just like messed around with the roof.
I like it. It looks cool.
Okay.
I was thinking like... We never actually made a proper alien. We've made Narp Narp. We've made Afton Sparv. We made the UFO. We never made just like just an alien dude guy.
Oh, you mean like a classic alien?
Yeah. I mean like green, but like classic.
Yeah, classic shaped. I know the type.
And we can make Paul. Oh my god, Paul.
Paul.
Paul the alien. We'll even give him a little bong.
Next to what's his name? From
Roger.
American Dad. Roger.
Yeah. Hey,
Hey!
why you?
Hey, man. Wait, I am.
You go to here the TwitchCon 2027? EU?
That would be planned, yes. I would like to go there.
Okay. I'm not going.
Oh, okay.
Hey, just kidding. I'm breaking you. It's a little harder for me,
you
alright?
break me.
It's a little harder for me,
Yeah,
alright?
America.
Yeah.
America and all that. Would you need to redo your
No.
thing?
No.
No, okay.
I have 2 passports.
No. Okay.
I have American and Polish, and then I also have Polish citizenship, so by all accounts, I am Poggers.
You are buggers. Yes.
Yeah, I haven't watched
Hell
that movie
yeah.
in like
I showed
years.
Jack all of my emotes.
Wow,
Wow.
very good.
Wow.
Which one's your new favorite?
My new favorite.
That one.
That's a
Imagine
difficult question.
all but one disappear forever, and you can never have them again.
Oh.
Mine
What do you
was-
On
choose?
a business end,
I like that one
on a
too.
business end, there is one that I keep, but personally,
No business. It's gotta be personal.
no business.
Emotion.
It would be probably either Sumis or Runette. Let me
I like that one more.
show you. What one?
That one. Yeah, I love Grease Cat.
A Grease Cat. Let's go.
But
Which one is that one? What is that one?
It's the one in the Minecraft chat right now.
Oh, hello, Wolfie.
Whispers. Only silence and dream in the way.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll be honest, my brain is fried. I tried to start stream with Beat Saber, but my
Oog.
I am oog. I am very oog right now.
I can't play Beat Saber anymore.
Damn.
I played it so intensely competitively that I messed up my I already had like a problem with my wrist because I landed on it when I was skateboarding at a younger age. I like landed right on the wrist and I thought I broke it, but I didn't. Anyways, now if I go too ham on stuff like Beat Saber, my wrist just has extreme pain and it takes like 2 weeks to you know.
That's not good. That is not good, yeah.
So now I can't do that. I can't do that.
That's fucked up.
Nothing.
Man. And for what?
Nothing.
Nothing. Nothing.
It's so rubber with index. It was so hard until I like made adjustments with my index.
Well,
like I had to put
arms hurt,
mods.
but that's because I don't move my arms usually that much, so.
This guy doesn't jork it.
I mean, what do you mean by wait, whoa, hold on.
Wait. Good morning. How can I help you today, on this day?
I don't think you can.
Oh. Yeah, it's...
Fucked up. Oh,
that's life.
Wait, no, you can.
What you said?
You can.
I can?
Oh, shit.
You can.
Wait,
I don't really feel like it.
I go see person, hold on.
Honestly, I went from the Vive to the index.
What is this?
So, it will be a bar, all in due time, with some
With
views,
alcohol?
man. Yes. You know the Nether, which is totally open today, like they said. We're gonna be making potions. It's not open.
I'm so excited. Oh.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I don't actually know why it isn't.
I think we should go grief spawn.
Didn't somebody already do that by like planting a bunch of the things?
Yeah.
I'm convinced they're never actually gonna open the Nether. It's just this is it. This is the server. Forever.
I don't like that.
Yeah. You just wake up?
I did.
Dude, good morning, man.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting because I have so many ideas for builds, but I need quartz at this point. So I'm just waiting patiently for the Nether to open. Oh, right. Yeah, but again, that'll take forever. I feel like I'll go into the Nether and get like 5 stacks in no time. So how's your project going, Bird? Looks like it's progressed.
Yeah, it's
got an
slowly
exterior.
turning into something.
Oh, what? It's not gonna be like a creeper farm?
No, it is a creeper farm. It's just
Oh,
like
okay.
the outside is gonna keep changing.
Nice.
I think Todd wants to make like a giant eye thing.
Well, yeah, because she's making Ice Crown Citadel from WoW. World
She
of
is?
Warcraft. Yeah.
Wait, what is that ice crown?
That's from Wrath of the Lich King. The raid where you fight the Lich
Oh.
King. Well, she said inspired by, but from my understanding, that's the overarching plan.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think it'll look dope. It's gonna take forever because they got to make all the walls.
They gotta get on the fucking game.
Yeah, that too. That too. Moon's Haunted.
What?
It's Final Fantasy 14 reference. You
Oh.
love that game, right?
I'm the biggest fan.
Dude, yeah. That game finally surpassed VR chat in my Steam hours played.
Really?
Yeah. Took a
How
while.
many hours?
Well, VR chat has 15,000, so it took a very long time.
Dude. Do you sleep on the chat?
No. No. I
Oh.
played a lot between 2017 and 2023. I mean, like, a lot. I mean, like, I would stream it for, like, 8 to 10 hours, and then I would eat in VR, and then I would stay on. And then I would go to bed with it technically open, but not, you know?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a time. That was a time and a place.
Sounds like it. Dude, is that the SCP thing?
Yeah, that's Peanut, and then
Yeah.
that's a Weeping Angel.
That's cool.
Let's go.
Let's go. Take your horse. Bum 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 bum. Amaze, amaze, amaze.
A maze?
Amaze, amaze, amaze. My favorite thing is that no one ever mentions the Toy Story alien. Everyone's always just talking about the Weeping Angel and the Peanut.
Oh, that's the fucking Jake Paul thing.
Oh, Peanut.
What?
I think we gotta take down the alien.
Which one?
The Toy Story one.
Why?
Oh, just bad memories. Forever they will stare. What the hell's cooking over here?
Do you hear music?
Yeah.
Yeah, you like that?
What?
What?
Where's it coming from?
This pressure plate. Well, technically it's underneath. Peanut made all of the... It's basically just note boxes. Or note blocks.
Dude, that's sick.
Yeah. It's Melancholy Hill from Gorillaz.
Yeah.
Up on Melancholy Hill, there's a I can't sink my... There's a plastic tree. So, did you hear the story?
The what?
They're taking down every single mob spawner, and they're putting them all underground. All of them. All of
How?
the... Like, the one that was the old creeper one, near your tower to the east. It's someone's house now. The one directly that way.
Oh, VBs?
Yeah, VB's is becoming just their home now, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
The ones over there are already taken down, I think, and they're going underground.
Which one?
I think there's one towards spawn or two. That way. I don't see them from here.
Ground?
Well, there used to be above ground, right? Like in the sky.
Yeah, but I thought they got taken down like a long time ago.
Oh, did they?
I think so.
Oh, well, in that case, you're building replacements now. They're all gonna be underground.
But how big is the hole?
9 by 9 to bedrock.
9 by 9 one.
I don't know. Just 9 by 9. They're making holes right now, like 9 by 9 wide.
That's not enough. Like,
You gotta
for
tell
a creeper, like a mob farm, it's like 128 blocks radius.
Huh.
So it has to be like 256 by 256.
They're mining 3 by 3 chunks.
Otherwise, the
Oh.
mobs are just gonna spawn in every other, like, little dark location.
I see. Well, I'm not sure. All I know is that they said something about 9 by 9 and big holes.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. The one at spawn might still be there, though. I haven't been there a long time. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. So what's the plan after the creeper farm?
I'm just waiting for the nether.
Oh, it's not 9 by 9, it's 9 chunks.
So 3 by 3?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it for a mob farm or like normal farms?
Mob farms. I'm pretty sure.
That's not enough.
You sure?
Yeah, because like this game, do you know how the hostile mob spawning shit works?
Well, usually the way I made it was with like carpeting at the time. That was like a long time ago. To like prevent them
mean?
from spawning on specific blocks, right? And then so they flow down through water.
No, but like, do you know where mobs will spawn in relation to the player?
No.
So mobs will spawn on any active chunk, basically. And that's like, what did I say? It was like 128 blocks radius from the player. Like in a full circle around you. Spear. So up, down, left, right, everywhere. That's why people make them in the skies. Because they can't spawn on fucking air. So they just force the spawns inside of that fucking cube or whatever.
I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens. I mean, I was okay with them being around. I feel like they should have all been like in an area, in a radius together somewhere rather than so separate, but I mean, then it would take forever for us here to travel there, I guess.
But also that would limit the farms. Because if they are close, like the hostile mob cap is like 70 per player. But if we stand together, then we share that 70. Like it depends on the amount of loaded chunks on the server.
I see.
So when someone is using a like mob spawner thing, none of these fucking sky mob farms will work because the hostile mob cap is reached.
Huh. See, I don't know. Usually when I'm in a server, we're not that far apart from each other. But I also don't have, you know, 30 plus players.
Yeah.
So. No, they're not going to Trogdor. No, they're not. I say that, but well, I'm more isolated than you guys from spawn, so.
Yeah, you left everyone.
No, not necessarily. It's just, you know, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to live near Radiant. Technically, I was
going
going to live in the crater with them, in the mountain at first. Until I saw how many people were there, and I was like,
I see.
Yeah.
So you hate us?
I mean, just a little bit.
That's fair. Me too.
Like, it's tolerable, but...
Is it?
That's true, I am between their houses. It's not that bad. But I'm so far from spawn. What?
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 So what are you making?
Currently nothing. We were working on that bar area. The overarching plan at the moment is going to be making the solar system as a pixel art, basically, out of wool. But I'm putting that off in the satellite because I can't undertake big projects right now, I think, or I'm gonna go crazy.
Why?
Because we've done so many big projects, bro. My brain is fried.
Oh.
Yo, they got a 50 streak, man. Thank you. Well, where do you live, Rin, in the server? I thought everyone else was just at spawn. Except for whoever lives that way. Yeah, I mean, we made these two. This took a while. I mean, these took a while because of the stone, really. Having to cook it. The UFO. The satellite that's not even finished.
Wait, this is sand?
Yep.
So if I just remove one...
Don't do it. Straight north from your house, it's up on a hill. Oh, okay. Yo. Yeah, that's also -10 for me. We had another plan. What was it? Satellite? The solar system?
Alien.
Before that, though.
Another alien.
No, we had something else. Oh, God. Well, until I get quartz, I'm not going to work on the Voices of the Void thing, the arrow thing, so...
Right.
Oh, 1K north. Oh, gotcha. Spawn is... No pale oak? No. We're just going to use... I'm going to wait and use quartz. I think it will look the best. Besides, pale oak is all over our home now. I wish I was kidding, but it's just our pathway system. Yeah, we've just been kind of renovating. We've been making the stairs, we've been making... I don't like where I placed the aquarium, so I might change that spot. I think it would look better in the hallway. I don't know yet. Maybe it's okay there. After I said I won't use an aquarium or make an aquarium. You should make a zoo bird.
A zoo?
Yeah, you should just have like every. Wait, no, never mind.
Isn't that what recipes do?
Yeah, I just remembered. Yeah. I was like, oh, dude, someone should make a zoo. Never mind.
Someone is.
Well, with every mob?
Yeah,
think
Raspy is getting every mob possible. That includes the Nether at one point or another.
So I gotta bring a ghast in here.
Yep,
2.
2. Because you also need the friendly one and the aggressive one, the hostile.
No, I think he wants to make like a Noah's Ark or something.
Oh. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's not like a zoo, it's Noah's Ark. That's what I like about this server. Because typically everyone like follows a theme in like smaller compact servers, and then here everyone has something else going on. Everywhere you go, there's a different theme. For the most part.
Mess.
It's a mess,
It's a mess.
but it's great. It's good.
What the fuck am I looking at?
Okay, I mean over here, yeah.
Castlevania, and then there's some fucking American alien movie. And then in the middle there's, I don't know, the fucking mecha or something.
Dude, that's like it's different vibes. It's good. Yeah, there's armadillos. I don't even know what they do. If they even have a purpose. Maybe potions? Amaze.
What is that?
It's from Project Hail Mary. It's Rocky. You should watch it. Good movie. If you like sci-fi.
I hate sci-fi.
What's your favorite genre of movie? Comedy?
You mean, no.
Drama.
No, anything that makes you want to kill yourself.
Tragedy. Same.
Yeah, but not like romantic tragedy, just
No. Yeah. Like, do you like Cyberpunk?
The Netflix show? Or the
No,
game?
like the game.
I know, I played it.
Oh, okay. Wolf armor. Wait, there's wolf armor? God. This game is crazy these days. There's no way. Dude, he's checking the complete other side. He's not the brightest, but he's doing his job.
Where do you want him to go?
He has to go all the way here for the sand.
Yeah, he always checks like the closest ones first.
He's almost there. He's getting there. Yeah! Next. Is that more sand? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I've never done the tameable ghasts. I'm really hyped for that.
Well, you made a new one.
Oh yeah.
That's nice.
And then right south of it is going to be the solar system. I just don't know how large we're going to make it yet. Speaking of which, Peanut, I think it would be smarter to just start with Neptune. Right?
Okay.
Because if we make the first border, we'll know how to, like... Well, no. My thing is, if we make the first border, it'll be easier to know the proper, like, perimeter for each following one, but at the same time, if we start with the sun, I mean, I guess it's the same effect. We have to just draw on the map, like you said, and base it off of that.
That would be easier.
Yeah.
I would try to avoid doing it from outside inwards, just because eventually you're gonna get to a point where it's like cramped.
Yeah. Damn
So doing
it.
it from the middle outwards
Destiny,
is
right?
much easier.
Dude, that's a dead game. Come on, Ty. I'm sure we'll work on it eventually.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not
I
a
mean-
monumental project, to be honest, compared to all the other ones. It's just the wool.
I mean, I'm sure we could also ask our neighbors because they
True.
have a wolf.
I think
Wool
she has a
farm.
shop at spawn as well.
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah. Elsie has a wool farm as well.
Man.
Why don't you make one?
Peanut did. We have like a little pen for sheep, but Peanut made a little automated farm. So
I
far.
tried to. It didn't work.
Oh, right. Redstone.
Why?
I think we need
I don't-
string. I assume we need string to like.
I can't seem to like figure it out, but I didn't spend too much time on it.
Did you follow a guide?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that's essentially it.
I really think it's
It kinda,
tripwire
like,
hooks.
only works when I like update it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. My assumption is tripwire hooks and string. It just because it would proc every time, but I don't know. That's
Don't know.
that's beyond me. Redstone, not my forte. I don't even know if I have a forte in Minecraft. I just like making things look structurally stable. That's why I added the pillars. I'm tempted to add pillars
Yeah.
here as well.
Fences probably look good there.
Or fences, yeah. I love the new pathways though. I think this area is looking a lot better. I don't know why I made it turn this way. I just kind of did. I don't know where it's
Right.
going to attach to. Maybe we make a road all the way to Chris, but I don't want to interrupt their builds. So,
I mean, you can probably like still go towards that direction and then stop off at some point.
yeah. And then, you know, whenever Tot, everyone over there, Bird, whenever they like terraform that side of the mountain, we can make the you know, the light bridge. That was supposed to be the first one we build too.
Yeah.
Peanut?
But
Where did you put the observer?
I don't have one.
Wait, so how's it? What does it do?
Oh,
then?
do you need like you need an observer?
Well, I looked up a guide without an observer, and that one was working, but this one wasn't. So I'm not sure.
Like, the farms now, you have like a sheep on a 1x1 grass block. The observer is looking at the grass block, and then when the sheep like eats the grass, the blocks changes, and that's when the dispenser uses the shears.
That does
Because
make
we-
sense, but
Yeah.
we need a what is it, quartz to be able to make it.
No,
Yeah, you
no.
can just buy them.
Yeah, we can buy them. I just didn't know I needed an observer. I didn't know what that did.
It just looks at blocks.
It observes.
Makes sense. It observes blocks. Man, I am, how you say, hungry. But I need to go visit Radiant because I want to see if she's working on the thing. So I'm gonna do that.
Dude, I want to see that as well.
Yeah, because I don't know where they're gonna, where it's even, I don't know what the plan is. She might literally just be cooking gold at the moment.
Wait, where's Jacko?
I don't know.
She's that way, and Radiant is at the base. Okay.
Ooh. Now think about how much faster it would have been if we just had that light bridge. We'd already be there. Is this how deep the trench is going?
What?
Is this how deep the trench is gonna go?
Yeah, it's already pretty much done.
Oh.
Just need,
Who did it?
I think Todd did most of it, and then I finished like this side from.
Oh.
Like-
Oh, cool. Yeah, you listen to me here. What are your what are your?
What?
No, nothing. And for why? What you've been doing here? There's nothing. The aether here. The aether right. Oh right. Yes, you are helping with the. I forgot. I was literally just telling Bird about it too. I just totally forgot you're in the process of making that.
What is it for, Radiant?
Chloe! I can't hear my sounds. Why?
How big is the hole?
Welcome. I hope stream was good. Minecraft, hell yeah.
No, but like how?
Same.
Like wide?
GG, bro. Yeah.
It has to be way bigger than that if it's for mob farms.
You doing some of that create stuff? Hell yeah. We're kind of just chilling. We just finished some stuff over at Narpville, and now we're visiting the place, checking stuff out.
Who planned it?
That's a big horse.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
This is made out of bones.
Bones. Whip.
Whip.
Whip. Well, that's fun. That's fun. I hope you enjoyed your time crafting the mines. Dude, I'm neither crafting nor mining. Instead, I am socializing. Ridiculous, right? Just ridiculous. Being social? Unbelievable. I'm not even... What is the... Oh my god, they got another one. Moo! Thank you for the follow. That's not what you're supposed to freaking do? Well, dude, we just finished building another project, man. I'm tired. Good morning. What the hell going on in Miami?
Dexter.
True. That's a good show.
It is. Did you watch the new season?
Nope.
You should. It's the best one.
Really?
Yeah. Who's this one?
I don't know. Biohazard.
Is that Radiant?
Oh, it could be. That would literally... That makes so much sense.
Why?
Well, because... It's not purple, so I don't know, alright? I just...
Okay.
You know what?
Thank you,
Forget
America.
it. Just forget it. They're cooking a gourd. Oh boy! You see this over here?
What's up?
The frat house?
Oh, the like modern house?
This is crazy.
Whose
I don't
house?
what is this made out of anyway?
What should be quartz?
There's no
It's
way.
fucking quartz.
That means they bought it. Like, bruh.
What does this mean? What does buying it indicate?
It means there's a villager that sells, I think, just like the little...
That's crazy. You're telling me they traded all of this?
I think so, because how else are you gonna get quartz? Bruh.
It's,
You know they built this all in VR?
that's what?
I'm pretty sure, because Juice is usually typically in VR.
Oh, yep, right there, right there. Block of quartz.
Oh, block. Okay, that's a lot better. It's more tolerable. Yeah, you need a mason. Also, 1 emerald for 1 block. Oh my goodness.
This
Oh
is
my.
this is like how many stacks would this be?
I don't know. I don't even want to imagine. This is fancy schmancy over here.
This is actually like really impressive use for it to be.
Bought so much quartz, it went up to 5 emeralds per block. Oh. Oh my god, they got the what is it? Infinite pool. This is cool.
Neat.
Yes, this is a map in VR chat. It is literally a map in VR chat. That's how they made it. I mean, with their own, like, inspiration. What if we just stole all this quartz? I just left everything besides... Oh, God.
Everything is like as it should, except for the quartz. As if like you use a command to just remove the quartz
Just replace it with, like, dirt.
or air.
Or air. What the? Scoober Jacoober, no! This is so sad.
Generally insane.
Yup. Impressive work.
Just for it all to be like, okay, now you can go into the nether and get it.
Yeah. But you know what? That's okay. There's more... That's the wrong block right there. Uh-oh.
So are they not done, or is this like an aesthetic choice?
I don't know. It looks great for what it is. There's more meaning behind it because they had to buy every block one by one. That's a lot of emerald.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I guess if you just have the good trade, you can get more and more emeralds. My brain always thinks that emeralds are like a finite source, but
Well, if you're getting it like naturally, of course it's gonna be a finite source. Because emeralds only appear in like mountain area.
honestly crazy. Crazy work. This is what I mean though. The difference. Here we're gonna have the Ice Crown Citadel. What? Oh! Be careful! Don't let him shoot you in the knee! Then you won't be able to be an adventurer. Bonjour!
To the knee. Jon Snow.
I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took an arrow to the knee. Random horse.
I like Game of Thrones. Until the end.
Yeah, Game of Thrones is good until the end. You know, I've never actually been to this spot. All the Sakras.
No.
Let me think. I'm pretty sure... You know, funny story, we actually had a bunch on that mountain. Actually, Peanut, before you moved in,
Really?
Dervish showed up and just slaughtered all of the goats. That being said, I think... Unfortunately, I do know... I mean, maybe not unfortunately for you, because you're, like, super speed. But I think Chromia's house might have some goats still. It's quite far, though. Oh, right. They found it somewhere. I know they went over to one, but... Oh. I'm pretty sure Oscar actually is the person that was talking about finding them. My goat.
I know something we need to do.
What?
Bee farm.
Yeah, I want to make like some sort of alien containment thing for it, and then yeah, I do have a bunch of the. I was actually thinking that too when I looked at where is it? Where's the hive? It's here somewhere, right?
It was like back here.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, ooh, yeah, right. We need the alien containment bee farm. Damn, that's true. Can we actually just haul them over? That'd be crazy. Really? Dude.
Elder Guardian. That's the one in the water temple.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that just make us like mining fatigued all the time?
A vault. What's a vault? Are you talking about like the trial chamber vaults? Oh, I see what you mean. Like an oh. Oh, man. What if we did do... what's the radius of, like... an Elder Guardian? Yo, we have, like, a giant alien vault. I see. God, that's a lot of chunks.
Yeah.
That could be pretty good though.
But
It's like a raid boss. Wait, what?
It's a lot of effort.
Yeah, but like, you know, I was thinking, I told you, I think it was like day 3 of the server that I wanted to remove all of the snow and replace it with glass.
I do remember this.
And have like a hollow interior. Enjoy!
Goodbye.
Like a hollow mountain.
Okay.
It would look weird, I think, but that would also be a big project. My problem is all of my projects, and this is why I keep putting them off, and like think of replacements, like renovating the walking area is just, I don't have it in me to commit to like
Yeah.
such a bit, at least not at the moment.
It's
Look
like
how this
Lee.
place is. This is cool.
She always like suggests stuff that is like monumental and huge, and I'm just like, you're not gonna work on that, are you?
At some point I will, but yeah. I need like in between small, either small breaks or like, I don't know.
That's why I suggested like the beehive, as it's smaller.
Yeah. I put all my commitment at the moment into a relic weapon in Final Fantasy.
Right.
It's pain. What does a conduit do?
Makes you breathe underwater.
Oh, I was like,
Why,
why am
when
I
you're-
getting conduit power?
Yeah, when you're over there and you're swimming in the water, you're not losing any bubbles or whatever.
That's cool.
It is
Oh
cool.
god, an orbital strike cannon. I like how we've done all this because it reminds me of Voices of the Void in the sense of just a random permanent area altering events.
Hmm.
Like in Voices of the Void, something that I did but normally doesn't happen is there's a beacon that lands. And the beacon's basically there for the rest of the game. I use a trampoline because I wanted to see what would happen. But
Yeah.
it's like a bunch of aliens creating new things. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. There we go. Another little balcony areas in there.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Oh, that's funny. What if you made like another small project? It would essentially just be like wool art. We could make like the texture, the unloaded texture from like Gmod.
What, purple and black?
Yeah, and just a checkered. I don't know, just an idea.
Where would where would that be?
I'm
Just
thinking
hidden
about it.
somewhere.
No, honestly, I would put it.
We can, in theory, we could like build it, update it on the map, and then remove it. That way, that part will never get like rendered.
Oh, and it would only exist on the map.
Yeah,
That's actually pretty cool.
because for example, anything here, even
Dude.
if I were to grab it or like build anything there, as long as I'm standing over here, it will never update.
Yeah. We
Same
still have
with
so
anything
much
back.
space to build as far as this map goes, and I'm like, man, like we have these mountains over here, we got that area.
Then you want to remove the well, what do you call it? The alien from Toy Story.
The what?
Toy Story alien. You wanted to remove it?
No, I was just kidding. No, it's just a
Oh,
joke.
okay.
We could do more on that island, potentially. I mean, it's unfortunately it's got to drop, so I don't know, but... I'm still kind of tempted by making another alien thing that's holding this thing up.
Right.
That's still in my mind. But I don't know.
Like, I'm down for it. It's just
Later, Cheetah King.
having to figure out how it's
Good to
doing
see you, though.
that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking random ideas.
I know you said that you only wanted the one UFO.
I mean,
I was thinking of the like beehive being like a tiny UFO, but
I should reiterate my statement there. Not the problem isn't one UFO. The problem is the same shape UFO, if that makes sense. Like there are different
Right.
types of UFOs. And why is green? I don't know. Usually for inspirational ideas, I just Google it.
Right.
But like the UFO we have right now is the typical like, you know, yeah. But there's like UFOs with gaps in the middle that like connect by hallways.
Hmm.
We can make like
Because we don't have to do like functional UFOs. They could just be around. Like we could just have them in the air, like over
yeah.
here.
No, I mean maybe, I don't know. We don't know yet. Maybe.
Also, they don't have to be this big.
I want to make here, you remember the little like alien capsule with the lava down here?
Yes.
So, to a certain extent, I would want to make one larger, like a lot larger, and it would look kind of like a greenhouse almost
Okay.
for the bees. Now, I don't know if that's a good idea. That's just something I was thinking of. I'm not certain. I don't even know where we would put it.
Yeah, it would depend on where.
Well, we have this road. We do one of two things. We can connect it to this road here and make it go that way, and then just take down all these trees and the contraption, I guess, since it... Oh, you fixed it.
Well,
Minus the skeleton.
fixed and fixed. I kind of just reshaped it because I didn't bother with putting more.
Yeah.
I don't know how much we needed it anymore, so.
Because I was just thinking we can expand from here. Take
Okay.
down, make the road, go down here, and... Or maybe not even go down. Maybe we just get dirt, fill it up,
Fill it in. Yeah. Yeah.
and make some
Yeah,
sort
we
of...
can probably build here. So how would the beehive look?
I'm gonna send you something I had in mind.
Okay.
I mean, in mind. It's something I found, and I was like, this could be cool.
Yeah, no worries. I mean,
So
most of the project has been. Oh, look at this thing! I'm gonna do this thing, but slightly different. Okay.
Joe mentioned the GTA UFO. I don't know. I kind of want it somewhat thematic for the bees, but I'm just not sure. That one's kind of thematic by color.
Yeah, I was gonna say the like yellow and black is definitely the good choice for that.
And I mean, obviously, it doesn't have to be a massive UFO like that one. It's for the bees, right? So
Yeah.
do not disturb staff. Staff is dead.
Who killed him?
We did. Because the creeper blew up and freed it.
I don't think it was we.
It was
I think there was a third party who was kind of just standing around.
not quite. What happened was Radiant was following us because we're gonna show off the other island, and the creeper blew up right here, which consequently caused the skeleton to be free. And then you and I were like, you know what? I think it's outlived its welcome anyway, and we killed it. We can make it somewhere else anyway.
If we need it.
Yeah, we have a lot of discs, and everyone at this point has gotten every disc. At this point, it's just an alien attraction. I honestly even considered just rebuilding something underneath the UFO.
What, removing the vinyl house or?
I don't know, maybe. I mean, if you still like it, then yeah, we can keep it. But we could have made
I
it.
enjoy it. I enjoy it for what it is.
No, that's fun.
If you have a better idea, then I'm obviously up for it. But
I mean, in all honesty, I was tempted to just flatten it out, have it as what we built down there, and just because it would be easier to go up as well if we just increased the length of the beam to the UFO.
right.
My idea wasn't to take it apart. I'm just saying, like, if we wanted to, we could put something else there, like an alien head. I don't know. That's just like, random things come to mind all the time.
Yeah.
I've had like 80 billion build ideas that we did not execute, and I never even mentioned because I was like, I don't know.
I was trying to think, because over here we had the like crop circle,
Uh-huh.
and I kind of just did the least amount of effort to make it, because it's supposed to be like the opposite, where everything else is wheat crops, and the parts that is in the middle is the like path.
You want to like change it?
That's the thing. I don't know if I want to. It's like it still looks good, but it's not what it's supposed to be.
So the dirt path would be.
So everything around this area, it would be like a huge square of wheat, except for the crop circle,
Oh.
which is the path.
So it's inverted, right?
Yeah, because that's how it would actually be like.
Yeah, I get that. I see what you mean.
But what it is at the moment is like it's not bad.
I like it for what it is. It is the opposite. I didn't even think about that. That's true, but also alternatively, we take down this forest, perhaps. This whatever. This is the woods. We continue this path, and then I don't know. We add more around the area because we also have this entire zone here
That's true.
that I haven't really done. I'm like I don't know. I was gonna make a path and then think about what to make later. One would connect to the satellite. We could also, theoretically, instead of a satellite, turn this into a glass dome and then put the bees in there.
Okay. A glass dome that I have to reshape it.
Not entirely. Like technically the entire left side is already fine, right? So we would just have to. Oh, I see. It's not centered.
Because this was with the mind of it being a satellite.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's
yeah.
shaped differently than what I would have done if it's like a sphere.
Oh, it just came to mind right now. Should probably just make that a satellite.
I mean, it is done. It just needs to be replaced with.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then this path can just continue forward.
My other thing
And then-
is.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was thinking after a little bit, let's say we go a little bit outside our map, the path can like slowly like stop and then go into like this path looking thing and then just field. So if they want to connect it, they have the option to, but
Yeah.
it still would work thematically.
Yeah. Be like, if you want to be our friend, you could. Just connect your road. If not, it's okay. We don't understand. We're alien. I also thought, because on the opposite end of the not the bees, of the axolotl, I want to put my Nautilus in a little tank as well. But as an alternative, we could just put the... Well, that's a lazy project. I was thinking we could put bees here or something. They might just be a different aquarium. What if the bees were hanging off of the portal? In a canister.
In a beehive.
Just some, like, alien beehive. Oh, God!
Gotta love our mountain.
Yeah. Maybe, I mean, more people are taking the actual path now. So, the way up.
Because we keep like blocking it.
Yeah, I added it because I was like, dude, enough of this. Unless people can fly, which, you know, some people got the fly tech down. But
Yeah.
that's
like,
fine.
You made your roads. Use them.
I think the biggest time saver that will really impact the people traversing to our place the right way is the light bridge. Which I think should just go from here or something. And just boom, right there. I think it'd be wiser for us to just get it started, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how many more people are gonna come back to Minecraft as often.
There might be like, I think a week at least when stuff like open up more, like Nether.
Yeah. I mean,
And also
yeah.
the end, but more than that, I doubt they would.
I don't know.
I'm glad how the outline looks now.
Huh?
I just like the outline of the glorp.
Yeah, it looks so much better. I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. I didn't even look, to be honest, but yeah. We never named this Squingus place. Melancholy Hill 2. Electric Boogaloo. technically we're not done with that road. I just thought about it. Everywhere else, you know, the sea lanterns. I gotta add them to those paths. Also,
Oh yeah.
the actual lanterns, the copper ones.
Yeah.
I'm like brain fried right now.
That's alright. This disgusting shit.
I'm thinking potentially where the stairs are right now. I add like another continuation going down, and there's just a random horse here, and eventually connecting that. There's a trial chamber, 277 blocks, basically direct east.
Right.
And I want to make like a cool little entrance for it.
Wait, directly east. That way.
Oh, sorry, west rather.
Okay.
Disoriented. But yeah, something right there. So it would be cool to like just connect it to the bridge. I mean, people have probably been there already, but whatever. Whatever. I think most people are done with trial chambers. I'm not, but just haven't been on the run for them at the moment. I do like what we made there, though. Dude, I'm pissed.
What's up?
Like, that's, I think, what came to mind about either expanding the record shop or changing something, because 3 wide, well, more, but 3 wide staircase. 3 wide staircase.
Too wide?
2.
I mean... Oh, I see, because the door are 2 as well.
And the thing is that this is one apart from there, one apart from the staircase, so no matter what... I don't know, I'll get to work on it at some point, and it might be the different staircase. Something else. I don't know. It's funny because the only reason I got started on this staircase over here, before I had any other ideas, was because I was annoyed that everywhere else had like a pathway and this one just stopped. So it's like,
I see.
I gotta make something. So I started making the staircase, so I'm like, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do here. And then I think I mentioned a gazebo, and I'm like, ooh, gazebos are cool. But I like what it turned out to be. It's not even done yet. Gotta make a bar.
Hmm. I just throw shit out the window and look, see if it sticks.
Wait, what?
When like planning out shit, I just go for a Hail Mary and just
Haha, a project that is a... Haha.
see what works.
Yeah. Also, the ancient city is like right there as well.
Oh,
So these two connected... I don't know. I don't know. Just ideas.
yeah. I mean, it can still just go down here. Make a stairway that goes this way and then down.
Yeah. Oh yeah, true. I make it easier to connect it too. I mentioned this earlier to mostly myself in chat, but there's like there's a cave, like a water cave right here. Could make something in there. Some I don't know what, but something.
Could do.
I think our next project For the love of God. I think we just finish the satellite. Then we
Right.
either start with the bees or we do the solar system. I think it should be simultaneous so that wool is collected while we work on the bees, and then when the wool is substantial, we'll actually work on the solar system.
Well, if I have, we probably have. I haven't just checked like 1 quartz. I can get the like wool farm to actually work,
Hmm.
then have it pump out. I don't know, whatever color we need while we like working on something at the same time.
I mean, the color doesn't really matter because we'll just dye it anyway, right? If we need,
Well, the way you color wool, you have to take one color and one wool to make it something. It's not like glass. You can't combine like 8 wool and the 1 color.
So we had black wool, we can't turn into like green?
No, it has to be white wool.
Oh.
Color.
I mean, we could just normify some sheep.
Could do.
Yeah. The thing is, if we're... I mean, I assume we're gonna build it here somewhere, but...
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to make it flat. Is what I'm thinking. We don't have to make it like this.
Oh.
It could just be on top of the mountain.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No,
We're
what I
still
meant...
seeing it from up above and whatnot.
I meant that, what did I mean? The bees. If we make the bee thing, we can't be too far away, because I don't know if the contraption will work if we're out of the area, right? It's gotta be loaded.
Right. Yeah. Because you mentioned like the cooking over there. I made that like hours ago.
Oh, the stone?
The stone cooking, yeah.
Oh.
It just doesn't load because I'm not there.
Yeah.
One thing that pisses me off is the way like things render. And I look at the fucking weeping angel and she gets like a double chin.
I don't have a spyglass because I gave mine away, but thank you. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. It's...
Pissing me off. And then we would go when you go up to it, she get the like jagged teeth and it's like, why can't you just look like that?
Oh, my God, yeah.
Are
I
these
dig it.
glitched for you?
Yeah.
Like, look at this one.
I fixed it by opening it and closing.
Oh, I see.
Oh, that one was... It was this one that was glitched for me.
This one was half and half.
Oh. What's this guy doing, man? Hey.
Oh, you're done.
Hey! Get back to work. Get to it. So there's
Okay.
these...
Never played around with like the golems before.
Yeah, I didn't know what they were until the server, to be honest.
You were saying?
So, there's this sort of alien, sort of not race in critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV MMORPG, up to level 70 with the expansion Stormblood. They're called the Loporrits. They live on the moon. And, like,
Okay.
for a major portion of the expansion, you basically help them understand what people of Earth like, or Theris, whatever, but Earth. And they have these contraptions. I think it would be cool to make one of those too. I don't know what The reason I was looking into it right now is because maybe we'll make like a bee contraption with that. I don't know. Also, yeah, the no more UFO thing. I mean, we have all these aliens. We have 2 Afton Sparvs, so it's fine. I just like the variety.
No, I get that. I was remembering that rule, and I was like, okay, I can't. Because I think originally I planned on like having that giant ship and then smaller ships all around.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's like an alien armada or something like that.
We can make like a UFO with like, you know, one of those opened staircase things, if that makes sense.
Open staircase.
Well, it's just a UFO, but like the bottom part is opened down, and there's a staircase so you can go up into the UFO. And that'll be for the
like
bees.
the Han Solo ship.
Oh, like the Millennium Falcon, yeah.
I was gonna say Millennium Falcon, but I didn't know if that was the ship I was thinking of. There's a scene where they're like running, I think. They're getting shot at by a bunch of stormtroopers, I think, and there's the ship that they're about to escape with Chewbacca and whatnot,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
it has the staircase under it.
Yeah, that's the Falcon, yeah. Is that the one where... That's episode 4, right?
Is that that's the first one?
Yeah.
Yes, in that case.
Yeah. I know exactly what scene you're talking about. Yeah. That's the Falcon, yeah. With
Probably
Big
make
Ben.
some, like,
Good old
some
Ben.
Guardians ships.
Guardians ships?
Yeah, of the galaxy.
I see, I see.
I got some pretty cool ships. I actually made like Star-Lord's ship on Space Engineers once.
Oh. I never played that game. I should.
I enjoyed it for what it was. We have like occasional servers that we play on, and I made a ship. It looked pretty much identical to the one in the movie, and then as I was flying with it to, you know, escape Earth,
Mm-hmm.
not only did my thrusters not propel enough in space, because there's 2 different type of thrusters. There's like normal ones to just get out of Earth, and then atmospheric ones, which is to traverse in space.
Oh, I see.
The ones to traverse in space just wasn't enough, and I was moving at like a really slow pace. So I was like getting up, like bringing up the speed as much as I could in space. But that also means that braking is also slow.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the other people were up there already in their own space station, and I was trying to meet up with them, but they didn't just send me their coordinates.
Oh.
So I kind of just flying off to space until they sent me it, and I was like way past it.
No, no.
So I was trying to turn around, which was its own fucking ordeal, and then try to fly back without crashing into them. And then a pirate, like space pirates, were coming around to shoot me down.
Oh god.
Yeah, my ship were no longer there. It was in thousands pieces. I never got to their station with it, and I never been to space, so I kind of just said fuck it and put a battery, a rocket, and a chair on top of each other, and then flew up. I got out.
That's crazy.
I ended up in their station, and then I never played the game again.
How is it 1902? What?
Yep.
I should probably go eat. I should consume.
Like a good idea.
Yeah. I think finalize the satellite. And then get to work on a little B area. I don't know where. I only put these chests here because it seemed more convenient at the time. But we can obviously move these elsewhere and then have this guy sort it.
Yeah.
Or just leave it. Make it look like a little station. Unfortunately, every time I envision something, it's just quartz, so... Alright.
think we've done well with what we have.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think the solar system will be a good addition. I would like to still expand the light bridges to like the other islands, even if we don't necessarily do anything there. There's one over there, and I'm like, we could still build something there. I don't know. In any case, I'm gonna grab some food.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you'll still be on. I'm gonna take a little break to eat my food and make sure that maybe potentially, or check if something was posted for my uni stuff. And if not, then...
God, fucking uni.
Dude, pisses me off.
I was in a meeting, and the teacher was like, "Yeah, your stuff is good material, but your grammar could be like need a little help. Here's an example I could show you using ChatGPT."
Oh.
And then they took like a section of our thesis, so they just took one part and was like, "You see, this part isn't good. So let's put into ChatGPT to see how they will fix it." And they didn't fix that part. I was
What a
like,
surprise.
That's weird. Here, let me try this other part, and I took another part and was like, "Oh, this section isn't that good either. So let's try it." Well, it didn't change it either. Never mind. Don't use it.
These out of touch professors.
Hate him. Anyway.
Anyways. Alright. Well, if I'm back, I'm back. If not, then I will probably play more tomorrow. Anyways. Be on tomorrow.
Cool.
I don't think I'm doing anything repo on Wednesday, so I don't know. I might be back for a third day in a row. Or I'll be on later. It depends on this Final Fantasy Relic grind. It's brain rot.
I see.
So I'm like splitting my hours a little bit. Another small thing, I've been thinking about terraforming this right side so that we can see more of the dome.
Okay.
Just flatten out a little bit, push it back. It shouldn't be too hard. There's already a giant pit in here.
Yeah, I think the idea I had with it was like, imagine you have like a little, like a Pokeball or whatever. You place it down in the middle of on the ground, like zip zap zoop, place it down onto the floor, and then they press the button, and it's like expanded and became this dome, and that's why I kind of kept the mountain.
I see. Okay, Okay,
At
yeah,
least-
never mind.
At least that's what I had in mind. But
Well,
if you feel like we
no,
should
no,
plan
no.
it out, then we could do that.
No, I didn't know that. So it's
Well, of course
if
not.
there's
How
lore.
would you?
Yeah. No, it's good. I like that. Zip zap. What's up,
That's what I
yay?
imagine with this place. It's like it's a modern society, but aliens just happen to be around.
Yeah.
I think I really just took inspiration from just this one cartoon I watched. It was Kid Cosmic.
Okay, I know Kid Cosmic. I mean, I know of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I like the aesthetic of because they have like a diner, and because of like reasons, they teleported this whole diner and its surrounding into space, and then you kind of just had to adjust with now space travelers.
Yeah.
And I kind of like that mix of it being modern with alien tech. I don't know.
No, I agree.
Which is
I mean,
why
it's kind of what I'm basing it off of as well.
yeah, which is why I like the like vinyl shop idea.
Right, yeah. The only reason I was like, I don't know if you still wanted it is because we don't do much with it. It's just there, but I'm totally fine with
you
yeah.
can-
It's,
Yeah, but I feel like you can argue with a lot of things if it's like that. It's like why make a satellite? We're not
well,
gonna use it.
I just wanted a Voices of the Void reference.
Yeah, and that's literally our reasoning for most.
Yeah.
Of it. It's
Yeah.
like, I just wanted a UFO. I just wanted something that's Subnautica based.
Yeah.
Weeping Angel and Peanuts. It's just fun.
We're just we're trying to appeal to the people here.
Yeah.
We should make an Aftensparv that's like the head is stuck underground and then it's just
Well, like the actual head is stuck on the ground, so no one can see it unless they excavate it.
Ooh, well I thought it was just gonna be like headless. But yeah, we could do that.
Oh, okay.
Just have it like I don't know, it landed, head stuck in the hole.
Just see its feet,
Yeah.
and, like arms.
And the
dangling.
arm's trying to like push it out.
I'm just thinking because I really like the idea, but is it worth the effort to make the head inside of the ground?
Probably not.
Because at the end of the day, only us is gonna fucking know it.
Yeah,
Unless
but what
we,
if
like,
someone's
tell
just so
people.
curious?
I doubt people would. Like,
I think
I would like the idea of like the crop circle actually having some sort of meaning to them.
mhm,
But I don't think anyone would ever like
translate
look
it. Yeah.
like having an RNG thing.
They love Aftensparvs here. I'm almost like I feel like some people them over there, Chris, Jaku, Jaku especially I feel like would be like, "Ooh, is the head actually underground?" But we obviously yeah, we don't have to. It would also if we did, we could put something in the head like a floating brain again. Funny reference. I was almost tempted to pull one in this guy somewhere.
I don't know
Just
if
for the
you
meme.
noticed on the other one, but I added like a stem to the brain.
Wait. Oh. Stem to the brain.
You know, because brain is connected.
Oh! Yeah, I just left it floating because I was like, I don't know what to make with it. I give him a small brain. What an interesting way to enter.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. He's so dumb. He is a block for a brain.
I do like this Aftensparv. You
Yeah.
can definitely make more of them. Just make them silly, like have one lay down like one of your French girls.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I just like the idea of having more of them. Which is funny because I didn't want more UFOs, but
Should we make Stonehenge? Isn't that aliening?
could do it, yeah. I thought about a monolith. We could do a Stonehenge and just make it like alien-esque.
Because wasn't there like a theory that Stonehenge is supposed to map out the stars?
Yeah. We could be like, in our alien lore, we're just trying to learn about this place, and they're like, what? That doesn't make sense. We would never make
Should we
something
make a
so
journal?
stupid like a... Ooh, maybe.
Just have like a lectern and a journal where you can write in, and it's just alien-y logs.
Yeah, it's gonna be like, human use rock for star mapping. We recreate, but no work.
Don't work. Stupid invention.
Oh god, I could sit here for hours making random stuff like that. Human like Aftensparv, make another like bunny. We see bunny on maps we remaking. Human said very like Aftensparv, we make narp narp.
Took picture, placed on Book of Face, got likes.
Make more. Human speaking here, this Toy Story alien making here for them. No like.
Insulting representation. Why 3?
Why 3i? We only 2.
For if happy.
Human
That's
use this satellite, this human make this object for
Communication. Why
communication.
so big? Yes,
No,
useful.
no work. Why?
Only connect to Pizza Hut. It's like the fucking Pizza Hut in front of the Sphinx.
Oh my god.
Do you know about that?
Yeah. Jeez, we should just make like a random Pizza Hut now. Just like in front of, like somewhere. No,
There's
I'd
an
get in the way of them.
Sparv looking towards a direction and pointing.
Oh my god, you go all the way there. It's just a Pizza Hut. That's a good idea. Write that down. Write that down.
You could probably make booking quills. They're pretty cheap.
Yeah.
I'd say. Just use a book, ink sac, and then a feather.
I hunger.
Hmm.
I will go for now. But keep these Aftensparv ideas in mind. I think we should make more. There's even a hill right there. Well, that's probably where the... No. Good spot for another one, though.
Yeah.
Alright. If I'm not...
Just, there's just a bunch of them. Like, so you have one here pointing towards the west, and then another here, and then another one long away.
You just keep following them, it eventually leads to something. We would have to put like a sign that says like, I don't know, what dat, like a dialogue box.
But yeah.
All right. I think tomorrow or later today, if I'm back on, finish satellite. Then, I don't know, fix up the automatic sheep farm.
Yep.
And then we'll work on a little UFO for the bees. Meanwhile, it should be siphoning their wool. And yeah.
Yeah.
By the time we're done, maybe we'll have enough wool for at least, I don't know, first half of the build. I don't know. Should be good.
Yeah.
Okay. Before I get carried away again, I will go end my stream, and I will... If I'm not back today for any reason, I will be back tomorrow. So we can work on stuff.
Cool. Cool.
Alright. GG's, man. Thanks for building.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah. It's not done yet, but all in due time. Alright. Peace.
See you.
Alright, gamers. I'm going to conclude for today. We'll probably end up doing more Minecraft tomorrow. I don't really have any other games that I want to play at the moment. Unless I play Final Fantasy on stream, but... I don't know. I don't... If there's story, maybe. So. I will be back tomorrow, regardless. I should be back tomorrow. Be sure to follow my social, join the Discord if not done so already. I greatly appreciate it. Have a good rest of your days. Remember to eat your free retro deep, all that jazz. Thanks for hanging out today. Let's see, who is streaming today? Any raid targets? Oh, wait, Rune is still playing. Send you guys over to Rune, who's still playing Minecraft, so hell yeah. Go say what's up. Beat him to it, because he might be raiding this way, or whatever. This has been happening a little bit lately with us, so. GG's. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace!